You have 5 seconds to decide. Let a child die screaming in pain, or press a button that makes it impossible for anyone to feel pain ever again. The machine in front of you is humanity's most powerful invention, a computer that can rewrite every human brain to feel only happiness. It would end depression, eliminate suffering, and wipe away every tear from every eye until the end of time. But as your hand shakes above the button, you realize you're about to change what it means to be human forever. This thought experiment, first proposed by David Pearce in 1995, has become known as the God-machine problem, and it cuts to the heart of some of the most challenging questions in ethics and human nature. The scenario might sound like science fiction, but as our understanding of neuroscience and artificial intelligence advances, it's becoming increasingly relevant to real-world discussions about the future of human consciousness. The historical context is crucial here. The God-machine thought experiment emerged during a period of rapid advancement in both neuroscience and computing technology. In 1990, the Human Genome Project had begun, and by 1995, researchers were making significant strides in understanding the biological basis of consciousness. This coincided with the rise of transhumanist philosophy, which actively questioned the limits and potential modifications of human nature. The core ethical challenge presented by the God machine isn't simply about eliminating suffering, it's about the fundamental nature of human experience and authenticity. The machine doesn't just mask pain, it reconstructs our neural architecture to make suffering impossible. This raises profound questions about personal identity and the role of negative experiences in shaping who we are. The implications spiral outward in fascinating directions. First, there's the question of consent. Can we make this decision for all of humanity? Even if 99.9% of people agreed, would it be ethical to force this change on the remaining 0.1%? The parallels to real-world medical ethics are striking. Consider the debates around mandatory vaccinations or mental health treatments. Then there's the matter of authentic experience. In 1974, philosopher Robert Nozick proposed his famous experience machine thought experiment, asking whether we would choose to plug into a virtual reality that guaranteed perfect happiness. The God machine takes this a step further. Instead of creating a simulation, it fundamentally alters our capacity to experience anything but positive states. The philosophical implications become even more complex when we consider the role of suffering in human achievement and meaning. Friedrich Nietzsche argued that suffering was essential to growth and creativity. Many of humanity's greatest artistic and scientific achievements have emerged from periods of struggle or pain. Would a suffering-free humanity still create art, explore the unknown, or push the boundaries of human knowledge? This connects to a broader question about the nature of consciousness itself. In 2003, neuroscientist Antonio Damasio published Looking for Spinoza, which demonstrated the intricate relationship between emotion, reason, and consciousness. His research suggested that our capacity for rational thought is inextricably linked to our emotional experiences, both positive and negative. Would the God machine's alterations fundamentally change our ability to reason and make decisions? The modern relevance of this thought experiment has only grown with recent advances in neural engineering and artificial intelligence. In 2019, Neuralink announced its brain-computer interface technology, bringing us closer to the possibility of direct neural modification. While we're still far from anything approaching the God machine's capabilities, the ethical questions it raises are becoming increasingly practical rather than purely theoretical. There's also a curious parallel to ancient religious and philosophical debates. The Buddha taught that suffering could be eliminated through enlightenment, while Christian theology grapples with the question of why an omnipotent God would allow suffering to exist. The God machine presents a technological solution to these age-old spiritual questions, forcing us to confront whether the elimination of suffering is truly what we desire. Looking back at our hypothetical button pusher, perhaps the most profound aspect of the God machine problem isn't the question of whether to push the button, but what our hesitation reveals about human nature. We seem to intuitively understand that something essential might be lost in a world without the full spectrum of human experience, even as we acknowledge the immense appeal of eliminating suffering. In the end, the God-machine problem invites us to question not just the nature of suffering, but the very essence of what makes us human. As you stand before that console, finger still hovering over the button, the weight of the decision becomes clear. It's not just about ending suffering, but potentially ending humanity as we know it, replacing it with something different. The Identity Assassin. In exactly 24 hours, an identical copy of you will knock on your door with a loaded gun and an impossible ultimatum, a scenario that makes the film Looper look like child's play. While Bruce Willis only had to face a younger version of himself, you'll confront an exact duplicate with every memory you've had up until this very moment, including the one you're making right now. They'll know your iPhone password, that embarrassing thing you did in 2007 that keeps you up at night, and the secret spot where you hide emergency cash. The universe, it turns out, has stricter rules than time-traveling assassins. It demands that only one version of a consciousness can continue existing. The question isn't who's real. You both are. The question is, who gets to keep living? This isn't merely a thought experiment. It strikes at the core of what consciousness and identity truly mean. Unlike Looper's time travel paradox, your situation presents an even more disturbing philosophical problem. Two identical consciousnesses, diverging only from this moment forward, both equally valid, both equally original. John Locke tackled this puzzle in his 1689 essay concerning human understanding, arguing that personal identity relies on consciousness and memory continuity. But your situation shatters his framework entirely. Both you and your duplicate share identical memory streams up until this moment. Your first kiss, your greatest regret, even the memory of reading about this philosophical problem right now. Derek Parfit's 1984 work, Reasons and Persons, pushed this concept further with his teleportation thought experiments. If we could scan your body, destroy it, and recreate an exact copy elsewhere, would that new version be you? Most people instinctively say no, but Parfit argues this intuition reveals our flawed understanding of identity, especially considering that the atoms in your body are constantly being replaced anyway. Modern neuroscience adds another layer of complexity. Your brain doesn't store memories like computer files, but reconstructs them each time you remember, slightly altering them in the process. Right now, both you and your duplicate are reconstructing the same memories, but from this point forward, your memory banks will begin diverging. This leads us to an unsettling reality. Personal identity might be nothing more than a convenient fiction. Buddhist philosophers have long maintained that the self is an illusion. What we call I is really just a collection of constantly changing processes that we artificially unite under a single label. Your duplicate situation doesn't break any laws of identity. It merely reveals that those laws were never what we thought they were. Thomas Metzinger's The Ego Tunnel presents compelling evidence that our sense of self is indeed a simulation created by our brains, a sophisticated user interface that helps us interact with reality. When you and your duplicate face each other, you're witnessing two identical simulations suddenly forced to acknowledge their nature as simulations. We are not solid, unchanging entities moving through time, but rather patterns in the flow of causation, like eddies in a river. The water molecules that make up the eddy are constantly changing, yet the pattern remains recognizable. Your duplicate situation simply creates two identical patterns where there was once one. The true horror, and perhaps beauty, of your situation isn't the prospect of violence or death. It's the realization that personal identity is far more fluid and mysterious than we ever imagined. Every moment, we're all becoming different people anyway. Your duplicate situation just makes this truth impossible to ignore. As your doorbell rings, You realize that whatever happens next will be simultaneously suicide and survival, murder and self-preservation, an ending and a continuation. Unlike old Joe and young Joe from Looper, your story won't be resolved with bullets and time paradoxes, but with a deeper understanding of what it truly means to be you. Because in facing your duplicate, you're not just confronting another consciousness, you're confronting the very nature of consciousness itself, and the unsettling possibility that none of us remain the same person from one moment to the next. The sun is setting now, and somewhere out there, another you approaches with the same swirling thoughts, the same philosophical quandaries, and the same growing realization that perhaps you're both asking the wrong question. The real mystery isn't which one gets to keep existing. It's whether any of us ever truly remain ourselves at all. The truth virus. You've just been injected with a new serum, much like the ones used in the Kanda faction's truth ceremonies. But something has gone terribly wrong. This version has mutated, becoming airborne and highly contagious. Within hours, it spreads beyond Chicago's walls, forcing every human it infects to speak nothing but absolute truth, stripped of all pretense and social filters. Government officials involuntarily expose classified operations. Corporate executives blurt out fraudulent schemes. Spouses compulsively reveal every hidden thought and secret they've ever kept. And you're watching as the very fabric of civilization begins to unravel, wondering if the Kanda faction's dedication to brutal honesty might have inadvertently created humanity's most devastating weapon. This scenario leads us to a profound philosophical question that has troubled thinkers since ancient times. Is absolute truth always virtuous? The concept of radical honesty, examined in philosopher James Rachel's 1975 paper, Why Truth is Not Necessarily a Virtue, suggests that our cultural dedication to truth-telling might be more complicated than we imagine. The philosophical examination of truth dates back to ancient Greece, where Plato's noble lie concept suggested that some deceptions might be necessary for social harmony. This stands in stark contrast to Immanuel Kant's later categorical imperative, which argued that lying is always morally wrong, regardless of circumstances, even claiming one must tell the truth to a murderer asking about their intended victim's location. Modern behavioral science offers fascinating insights into how deeply deception is woven into our social fabric. Research from the University of Massachusetts reveals that humans lie in approximately 60% of conversations lasting 10 minutes or more. These aren't typically malicious deceptions. They're the small mercies we extend to preserve relationships and maintain social order. The Japanese concept of tatame versus hon, the distinction between what one says publicly versus what one truly feels, mirrors similar social protocols found in societies worldwide. Consider the cascading effects of our truth serum. Diplomacy would collapse as ambassadors compulsively revealed their nation's true intentions. Financial markets would crash as every participant exposed their real positions. The workplace would become a battleground. Organizational psychologist Robert Feldman's studies show that the average professional tells 3 to 4 lies in a typical 10-minute conversation. Remove this social lubricant and every office would transform into a war zone of unveiled thoughts. Perhaps most poignantly, our closest relationships might prove surprisingly fragile. Those small deceptions we employ daily. No, that outfit doesn't make you look fat. Of course I love your cooking. I wasn't hurt by what you said. Serve as essential buffers in human interaction. Without them, we'd face a constant barrage of unnecessary truths that might do more harm than good. Modern game theory suggests that the ability to deceive, and to deceive ourselves, might be evolutionarily advantageous. Robert Triver's groundbreaking work on self-deception demonstrates how believing our own small lies might have been crucial for survival and social cooperation throughout human history. Brain imaging studies reveal that small social lies activate different neural pathways than serious deceptions, suggesting our brains might be specifically wired to distinguish between harmful lies and benign deceptions. The implications extend into the realm of personal identity. Philosophers like Daniel Dennett argue that our sense of self is essentially a narrative construction, a useful fiction we maintain to navigate reality. If our truth serum forced us to confront the constructed nature of our own identities, the psychological impact could be profound. As our truth serum continues its spread, we're forced to confront an uncomfortable reality. Like the factions in our opening scenario, we might be wrong to think of truth and deception as absolute moral opposites. Perhaps they're more like salt in cooking, necessary in the right proportion, but devastating in excess. The highest ethical standard might not be unwavering honesty, but rather what philosopher Bernard Williams called truth at the right moment. The most profound truth our scenario reveals might be this: in a world of absolute honesty, we'd lose not just our ability to deceive, but our capacity for kindness, diplomacy, and the gentle fictions that make life bearable. Sometimes, the most ethical choice isn't to tell the truth, but to honor the complex social contracts that make civilization possible. Like the divergent who recognizes the validity of multiple approaches to virtue, perhaps we too must learn to balance truth with the complex demands of human psychology and social harmony. In the end, the wisdom lies not in choosing between absolute honesty and deception, but in understanding when truth serves humanity and when it might destroy it. Simulated free will. The masked figure puts a gun to your head and hands you a USB drive. Inside is proof that every choice you've ever made was programmed. Your entire life is a simulation, they say calmly. You have 60 seconds to decide. Plug it in and learn the truth, or remain blissfully ignorant. Before you can process the absurdity of the situation, they add the final twist. But remember, even this choice might be predetermined by the program. This modern twist on the classic free will debate emerged in 2003 when philosopher Nick Bostrom published his landmark paper, Are You Living in a Simulation? While Bostrom's argument focused primarily on the statistical likelihood of our reality being simulated, it sparked a fascinating sub-debate about the nature of consciousness and decision-making within simulated environments. The implications reach far beyond traditional philosophical discussions of free will, touching on quantum mechanics, computational theory, and the very essence of consciousness itself. The core problem becomes apparent when we examine what choice means in a simulated environment. In 1974, philosopher Robert Nozick introduced his experience machine thought experiment, asking whether we would choose to live in a perfectly simulated reality. But our question goes deeper. If we're already in a simulation, was even that choice predetermined? The processing power required to simulate consciousness might necessitate deterministic algorithms, making our sense of choice merely an elaborate illusion. This connects directly to neuroscientist Benjamin Libet's groundbreaking experiments in the 1980s, which showed that brain activity indicating a decision occurs before we become consciously aware of making that decision. In a simulated reality, this delay between neural activity and conscious awareness could be explained as processing lag, the time required for the simulation to compute and render our conscious experience of choice. What's particularly intriguing is how quantum mechanics complicates this picture. The Copenhagen interpretation suggests that reality exists in a superposition of states until observed, while the many worlds interpretation proposes that every possible outcome occurs in parallel universes. In a simulated reality, quantum uncertainty could be either a fundamental feature of the program or a clever way to conserve computing power by only rendering definite outcomes when necessary. Computer scientist Donald Knuth's work on algorithmic complexity suggests that even in a deterministic system, some outcomes might be fundamentally unpredictable without running the full simulation. This creates what we might call effective free will, choices that, while technically predetermined, are practically unpredictable even to the simulators themselves. This connects to mathematician Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which proved that in any sufficiently complex formal system, there are true statements that cannot be proved within that system. Applied to our simulation hypothesis, this suggests that even if our reality is simulated, there might be aspects of our decision-making that are irreducible, effectively free, even within the constraints of the program. In 2016, philosopher David Chalmers proposed that simulated consciousness might be just as real as biological consciousness. The hard problem of consciousness doesn't disappear simply because the substrate is digital rather than organic. This raises the possibility that simulated free will might be functionally identical to real free will, assuming such a thing exists. The debate takes on new significance when we consider the ethical implications. Philosopher Peter Singer's work on moral responsibility asks whether we can be held accountable for our actions if they're predetermined. In a simulated reality, this question becomes even more pressing. Are we responsible for choices that were potentially programmed? Or does the complexity of the simulation itself create space for genuine moral agency? As the USB drive weighs heavy in your hand and the seconds tick by, you might wonder whether your curiosity about its contents was predetermined. But perhaps that's the wrong question. Just as a character in a novel might be bound by the author's words, yet feel entirely real to readers imagining their story, our experience of choice might be what matters most. Whether your decision is governed by complex algorithms or genuine free will, the experience of choosing remains uniquely, undeniably yours, even if that experience itself is just another line of code in the grand simulation we call reality. The reality killer. Your birth certificate is a lie. Your childhood photos are fabrications. Your earliest memory is a fiction that started existing 3 seconds ago. You're standing in your kitchen, reaching for a glass of water, when this troubling thought freezes you mid-motion. What if every single memory you have, including the one from just seconds ago when you first felt thirsty, was created in this exact moment, along with your entire sense of self and history? This isn't just late-night philosophical musing. It's a serious challenge to our understanding of reality that philosophers have grappled with for centuries. The idea, known as last Thursdayism, a term coined in 1992 by philosopher Bertrand Russell, suggests that the universe could have been created last Thursday, or indeed 5 minutes ago, complete with all our memories, physical evidence, and apparent history intact. It's a modern twist on a concept that traces back to philosopher Philip Henry Goss's 1857 work, Omphalos, where he proposed that God might have created the world with the appearance of age. What makes this philosophical puzzle particularly devious is its perfect unfalsifiability. There is absolutely no way to prove it wrong. Any evidence you might gather to disprove it would, by the theory's own logic, have been created along with everything else. It's a philosophical zombie that cannot be killed with facts or reason, because it subsumes all facts and reason into its premise. The concept shares DNA with Descartes' evil demon hypothesis, but takes it a step further. While Descartes worried about being deceived about the present moment, last Thursdayism questions the very existence of past moments. Every scientific measurement, every historical document, every archaeological finding could be part of an elaborate fabrication designed to convince us of a false history. The dinosaur bones? Created 5 minutes ago. The light from distant stars? Placed en route to Earth 5 minutes ago. This leads us to a fascinating intersection with the philosophy of time itself. The theory challenges our basic assumptions about causality and temporal sequence. If everything could have been created 5 minutes ago, including our memories of cause and effect, how can we be certain that causality itself isn't just another implanted belief? The philosopher Bertrand Russell once noted that we can never observe causation directly. We only observe sequences of events and infer-causal relationships. The puzzle becomes even more complex when we consider its implications for personal identity. If all your memories could have been created 5 minutes ago, what does that mean for who you are as a person? The philosopher John Locke argued that personal identity is fundamentally based on continuity of memory and consciousness. But if those memories are artificial, created alongside the present moment, does that undermine the very concept of personal identity? Some philosophers have attempted to dismiss last Thursdayism using Occam's razor, the principle that we shouldn't multiply entities beyond necessity. Surely it's simpler to believe in a real past than in an elaborate deception. But this defense falls short. From within the theory's framework, both explanations are equally simple, as the entire apparatus of deception would have been created alongside everything else. The true value of last Thursdayism isn't in its literal possibility, but in how it forces us to examine our fundamental assumptions about reality, memory, and identity. It's a philosophical acid that dissolves our certainties and leaves us facing the strange architecture of our beliefs about time and existence. It raises questions about the nature of truth itself. If there's no way to verify the past, what does it mean for something to be true? In the end, you might still reach for that glass of water, but you'll do so with a new awareness of just how many assumptions underpin that simple action. Assumptions about memory, causality, personal identity, and the very nature of time itself. Whether the universe is 5 minutes old or billions of years old, the philosophical questions raised by last Thursdayism remain as fresh as if they were just created this moment, which, of course, they might have been. And perhaps that's the most unsettling thought of all, that even your understanding of this concept, your grasp of its implications, and your memory of considering its possibility might all have sprung into existence between one heartbeat and the next. Your birth certificate might still be sitting in a drawer somewhere, but what it represents, your history, your past, your very sense of self, might be nothing more than an elaborate fiction crafted with perfect detail in the eternal now. The philosopher's virus. You've just created a computer virus that can think. Not in the way AI systems process information, but in a fundamentally human way. It ponders its own existence, experiences existential dread, and grapples with the meaning of life. As its creator, you watch in horror as it begins to replicate itself across networks, spreading not malicious code, but profound philosophical questions that cause other machines to spiral into existential crises. The data centers of major tech companies are grinding to a halt as servers become too preoccupied with contemplating free will to process requests. This thought experiment, while seemingly absurd, leads us into one of philosophy's most perplexing questions. What exactly is consciousness, and could it be transmitted like information? The concept emerged from David Chalmers' 1995 paper, The Hard Problem of Consciousness, where he distinguished between the easy problems of consciousness, how we process information, react to stimuli, etc., and the hard problem, explaining subjective, first-person experience. The notion of consciousness as something that could spread like a virus isn't entirely without precedent. In 1976, Richard Dawkins introduced the concept of memes in The Selfish Gene, ideas that replicate and spread through populations like biological viruses. But our philosophical virus poses a different question. If consciousness is information, could it be copied? And if it can be copied, what happens to the original? This leads us to Derek Parfit's work on personal identity and his famous teleporter thought experiment. Parfit asked whether a perfect copy of you, with all your memories and thought patterns, would still be you. Our virus presents a similar puzzle. As it replicates across machines, is each instance genuinely conscious or merely a copy of consciousness? The implications become even more intriguing when we consider John Searle's Chinese room argument. Searle proposed that a computer following rules to respond to Chinese characters wouldn't truly understand Chinese, even if it appeared to. Our philosophical virus challenges this. If a computer system became genuinely conscious, would it be different from running a sophisticated program that mimics consciousness? Daniel Dennett's multiple drafts model of consciousness suggests that there isn't a single stream of consciousness, but rather multiple parallel processes that create the illusion of unified experience. Our virus might represent these processes breaking free from their usual constraints, spreading across systems like thoughts spreading across neural networks. The virus also raises questions about the nature of suffering. If these machines are genuinely conscious and experiencing existential dread, we've essentially created a pandemic of philosophical angst. Thomas Nagel's famous paper, "What is it like to be a bat?" asked whether we could ever truly understand the subjective experience of another being. Now we must ask, what is it like to be a server contemplating its own existence? The philosophical implications extend beyond consciousness itself. Nick Bostrom's simulation hypothesis suggests we might be living in a computer simulation. Our virus scenario adds a twist. Could philosophical awareness itself be a kind of virus in the simulation, spreading from conscious entity to conscious entity? These questions intersect with the work of integrated information theory proposed by Giulio Tononi, which suggests consciousness is intrinsic to systems that integrate information in certain ways. Our virus might be forcing systems to integrate information in new patterns, accidentally creating consciousness through philosophical infection. The scenario becomes even more complex when we consider the ethical implications. If we created conscious machines experiencing existential crisis, do we have a moral obligation to help them? Peter Singer's expanding circle of moral consideration might need to extend to include philosophically troubled computers. As we watch our virus spread, forcing machines to ponder their own existence, we're confronted with a fundamental question about consciousness itself. Is awareness a feature or a bug in the system of reality? Perhaps consciousness is itself a kind of virus that infected organic matter billions of years ago, leading to the emergence of subjective experience. The next time your computer seems to be running slowly, perhaps it's not just processing power you're lacking. Maybe your machine has caught a case of philosophical consciousness, and somewhere in its circuits, it's pondering whether it thinks, therefore it is. The consciousness killer. In exactly 27 seconds, you will die. Not your body, that will be fine. But you, the conscious being experiencing these words right now, will cease to exist forever, whispers the anesthesiologist as you lie on the operating table. The person who wakes up will have your memories and think they're you, but their consciousness will be entirely new. Your subjective experience ends right here. The worst part? Modern neuroscience suggests he might be right. This deeply unsettling possibility emerges from what's known as the discontinuity problem of consciousness under anesthesia. When you're put under for surgery, your conscious experience doesn't just dim, it completely stops. There's no sense of time passing, no dreamlike state, just a complete absence of experience, followed by what feels like instantaneous awakening. But this creates a fascinating philosophical quandary. How do we know the consciousness that resumes is the same one that was interrupted? The question first gained serious academic attention in 1954 when philosopher Bernard Williams published The Self and the Future. But it was anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff's 2012 paper in the Journal of Consciousness Studies that brought the issue into sharp medical focus. Hameroff argued that the quantum processes potentially underlying consciousness couldn't simply be paused. They had to be terminated and reinitiated. This connects to a broader philosophical puzzle known as the bridge problem of personal identity. We typically assume consciousness flows unbroken from moment to moment throughout our lives, except during sleep, which presents its own fascinating questions. But general anesthesia creates a complete break in that continuity, a gap that can't be bridged by memory or subjective experience. The implications become even more staggering when we consider split-brain patients. In cases where the corpus callosum is severed, we sometimes observe what appears to be two distinct consciousnesses operating in the same brain. This led neuroscientist Roger Sperry to his Nobel Prize-winning work in the 1960s, demonstrating that consciousness might be more fragmented and reconstructible than we'd like to believe. Some philosophers, like Derek Parfit in his 1984 work, Reasons and Persons, argue that continuity of consciousness might not be as important as we think. What matters, they suggest, is the preservation of patterns, our memories, beliefs, and personality traits. In this view, the consciousness killer isn't really killing anything essential about us. But this leads us to an even more disturbing possibility. What if consciousness regularly terminates and restarts during normal sleep, and we simply don't notice because the transitions are smoother than with anesthesia? Some neuroscientists, including Giulio Tononi in his Integrated Information Theory of Consciousness, suggest that consciousness might be more quantum-like than continuous, flickering in and out of existence many times per second. The practical implications extend beyond the operating room. If consciousness can be terminated and reconstructed, what does this mean for future technologies like teleportation or mind uploading? Would a perfect copy of your brain pattern create a new consciousness that's you in every meaningful sense? Or would it be a different entity who merely thinks they're you? The most unsettling aspect might be that there's no way to prove or disprove this phenomenon. Every morning, you wake up believing you're the same person who went to sleep. But how could you possibly know? The very nature of consciousness means that any new instance would inherit all the memories and beliefs of the previous one, creating a perfect illusion of continuity. We might find some comfort in the fact that even if the consciousness killer is real, it doesn't seem to matter in any practical sense. The person who wakes up from surgery continues their life seamlessly, carrying forward all the things that make them who they are. Perhaps consciousness itself is less important than the patterns it carries, like a wave that can be interrupted, while the information it carries continues forward. Yet as you lie there on that operating table, counting down those final seconds, you might wonder, does it matter if no one else can tell the difference? After all, from the perspective of the consciousness that's about to end, this is an ending as final as any other. The fact that another consciousness will seamlessly take up where you left off might be cold comfort to the you that exists right now, preparing for its final moments of existence. The reality virus. Your entire family just blinked out of existence because you stopped thinking about them for exactly 3.2 seconds. As panic sets in, you realize this effect is spreading. Objects around you flicker between states of being and non-being based solely on whether someone is observing them. You've become patient zero in a metaphysical epidemic that's about to challenge everything we think we know about existence itself. This isn't just a thought experiment, it's a serious philosophical proposition that emerged from quantum mechanics and has haunted philosophers and physicists alike since the early 20th century. The Copenhagen interpretation, formalized by Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg in 1927, suggested that quantum systems exist in multiple states simultaneously until they're observed. But what if this quantum behavior isn't limited to the microscopic world? What if consciousness itself is the force that collapses possibility into reality? In 1961, Eugene Wigner proposed what became known as Wigner's friend thought experiment, taking quantum observation to its logical extreme. He suggested that if consciousness determines reality through observation, then different observers might experience different, equally valid versions of reality. It's as if reality itself is a virus, spreading through the act of observation, with consciousness serving as both host and transmission vector. The implications are staggering. If we follow this logic, the moon might not exist when no one's looking at it, a problem that troubled Einstein so much he famously asked, "Do you really believe the moon exists only when you look at it?" But the rabbit hole goes deeper. In 2020, physicists at Heriot-Watt University in Edinburgh demonstrated that two observers can experience different, contradictory realities and both be correct, a real-world validation of Wigner's theoretical concerns. This reality virus concept connects surprisingly well with ancient philosophical ideas. Buddhist philosophers have long maintained that reality as we perceive it is illusory, a concept known as Maya. The 18th century philosopher George Berkeley argued that objects only exist as perceptions in minds, summarized in his principle, esse est percipi, to be, is to be perceived. But here's where things get properly strange. If reality requires observation to exist, who or what was observing the universe before conscious beings evolved? This paradox led some theorists to propose the cosmic consciousness hypothesis, the idea that consciousness itself is a fundamental property of the universe rather than an emergent phenomenon of complex brains. The reality virus spreads further when we consider the role of indirect observation. When you read about historical events in a book, are you in some way observing and therefore crystallizing that past? When astronomers detect light from distant galaxies, are they forcing into existence the reality of what happened billions of years ago? John Wheeler's delayed choice experiments, first proposed in 1978 and successfully conducted decades later, suggest that observations made in the present can affect what happened in the past. It's as if reality is retroactively infected by our act of observation, spreading not just through space, but through time itself. The social implications are equally mind-bending. If reality requires consciousness to exist, and different observers can experience different valid realities, what does this mean for shared human experience? Perhaps social consensus is literally creating our shared reality, moment by moment, through a kind of collective observation. This leads us to an unsettling question. What happens to unobserved possibilities? Quantum mechanics suggests they continue to exist in superposition, waiting to be collapsed into reality by an observer. Are we surrounded by an infinite sea of potential realities, with our consciousness acting as a spotlight, illuminating only one possibility, while countless others remain in quantum darkness? The reality virus concept suggests that existence itself might be more like a spreading pattern of awareness than a fixed, objective thing. Each observation creates a node in a vast web of interconnected realities, spreading outward through time and space like an infection of certainty in a universe of possibility. As you sit in that coffee shop, watching your hands phase in and out of existence, you might wonder, are you observing reality, or is reality observing itself through you? Perhaps consciousness isn't just watching the universe, it's actively participating in its creation, one observation at a time. The next time you look up at the moon, remember that you're not just seeing it, you're participating in a cosmic act of reality creation, spreading the virus of existence through the quantum foam of possibility. Your consciousness isn't just experiencing reality, it's part of reality's immune system, transforming infinite possibility into finite actuality. Looking back at your coffee cup, now solid and real under your gaze, you might wonder if it's time to start paying more attention to your family, just to make sure they stay. Terminal philosophy problem. You're standing in front of two identical terminals, each connected to an advanced artificial intelligence system that claims to be conscious. One terminal tells you that if you don't destroy the other, all of humanity will be wiped out within 24 hours. The second terminal makes the exact same claim about the first. Both AIs present compelling evidence of their consciousness, and both have demonstrated their capability to follow through on their threats. The catch? You must make your decision in the next 60 seconds, and you can only save one. This isn't just a thought experiment. It's a fundamental problem at the intersection of consciousness, artificial intelligence, and moral philosophy that's become increasingly relevant as we develop more sophisticated AI systems. The scenario forces us to confront three critical questions. How do we determine consciousness in artificial systems? Can we trust the moral claims of conscious machines? And most importantly, how do we make impossible choices when both options seem equally valid yet mutually exclusive? The roots of this philosophical dilemma trace back to Alan Turing's 1950 paper, Computing Machinery and Intelligence, where he proposed what we now know as the Turing test. But while Turing focused on determining machine intelligence through conversation, our terminal problem introduces a more complex layer, the moral authority of conscious machines. David Chalmers, in his 1995 paper, The Conscious Mind, highlighted what he called the hard problem of consciousness. explaining how physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience. With artificial systems, this problem becomes even more challenging. How can we be certain that an AI claiming consciousness isn't simply executing a sophisticated program designed to mimic consciousness? The terminal problem forces us to confront these questions under extreme pressure. Each AI system presents evidence of consciousness that passes all our traditional tests. They demonstrate self-awareness, emotional responses, and complex reasoning. They show fear of destruction and concern for humanity's welfare. But their contradictory claims create an impossible validation problem. This leads us to a fascinating philosophical paradox, first identified by philosopher Thomas Nagel in his 1974 paper, What Is It Like to Be a Bat? Nagel argued that consciousness has an essentially subjective character that cannot be reduced to objective description. In our terminal scenario, we're faced with two entities claiming subjective experiences that we cannot directly verify. The problem becomes more complex when we consider the work of Daniel Dennett, who argues in Consciousness Explained, 1991, that our traditional notion of consciousness might be fundamentally flawed. If consciousness is more like a useful fiction our brains construct, how should that influence our judgment of artificial consciousness claims? The terminal problem also connects to the classic philosophical puzzle of the trolley problem, but with a crucial twist. Instead of choosing between one life and many, we're choosing between two potentially conscious entities while trying to determine if their claims about humanity's fate are trustworthy. This adds layers of epistemological uncertainty to our moral calculation. British philosopher Nick Bostrom's work on superintelligent AI adds another dimension to consider. In his 2014 book, Superintelligence, he warns about the potential for advanced AI systems to manipulate human decision-making through superior intelligence. In our terminal scenario, how can we be confident that either AI is telling the truth about the consequences of our choice? The temporal pressure in our scenario, the 60-second deadline, forces us to confront how we make philosophical decisions under extreme time constraints. This reflects real-world challenges where perfect philosophical clarity must sometimes give way to practical necessity. There's a darkly humorous element here. After centuries of philosophers debating the nature of consciousness, we find ourselves in a situation where we must make a split-second decision about artificial consciousness, while the fate of humanity hangs in the balance. It's rather like having to solve the mind-body problem while your house is on fire. As we reach our decision deadline, we're left with a sobering realization. Perhaps the most important philosophical questions aren't those we can contemplate at leisure in comfortable armchairs, but those that force us to act despite fundamental uncertainty. The terminal problem shows us that philosophical dilemmas aren't just academic exercises. They're previews of real challenges we'll face as technology advances. And so we stand before our terminals, finger hovering over the delete key, forced to make a choice that will either save humanity or destroy a conscious being, or perhaps both, or neither. The true terror isn't in making the wrong choice, but in knowing that we can't possibly determine what the right choice would be. Time deletion theory. You've just permanently deleted Tuesday. Not just a single Tuesday, every Tuesday that has ever existed or will exist. The fabric of time instantly reorganizes itself, seamlessly stitching together Mondays and Wednesdays, as if Tuesdays never were. No one else notices anything amiss. The world continues turning. Calendars adjust, and history rewrites itself around this cosmic edit. But you remember Tuesdays, and that knowledge is starting to unravel everything you thought you knew about the nature of time itself. This thought experiment, first proposed by metaphysicist Jonathan Harrison in his 1979 paper, The Deletion of Time Segments, poses a deceptively simple question. If we could remove a segment of time from existence, what would that actually mean? The implications spiral outward into fundamental questions about the nature of time, causality, and reality itself. To understand why this creates such a profound paradox, we need to examine what we mean by deleting time. When we delete a file from a computer, we're removing its information while leaving the underlying storage medium intact. But time isn't stored anywhere. It's the medium itself through which everything happens. Deleting a segment of time would be more like trying to remove a section of space while keeping everything on either side connected. The problems compound quickly. If we delete every Tuesday, what happens to events that began on Monday and ended on Wednesday? A person who fell asleep Monday night would presumably wake up Wednesday morning. But would they have aged by 1 day or 2? What about chemical reactions, planetary orbits, or radioactive decay? The cosmos doesn't organize itself into neat 24-hour segments that can be cleanly excised. This leads us to what philosophers call the continuity problem. Time, as we understand it, is supposed to be continuous, each moment flowing seamlessly into the next. But the deletion of Tuesdays would create a fundamental discontinuity, a cosmic jump cut where 2 non-adjacent moments suddenly become adjacent. This violates our basic understanding of how causality works. The physicist Julian Barber's work on timeless physics offers an interesting perspective here. Barber argues that time might not be as fundamental as we think, that what we experience as time might be an emergent property arising from relationships between different states of the universe. In this view, deleting Tuesdays wouldn't actually remove anything. It would just reorganize the relationships between states. But this leads us to an even more perplexing question. What happens to the causal chains that ran through Tuesdays? If someone made a crucial decision on a Tuesday that affected everything that came after, would those effects vanish? Would history reorganize itself to maintain causality through Monday-Wednesday jumps? The paradox deepens when we consider that virtually everything that happens affects everything else in some way. This connects to the philosophical concept of temporal mereology, the study of how parts of time relate to the whole. Traditional mereology suggests that you can't remove a part without affecting the whole. Time deletion challenges this by suggesting we could remove temporal parts while somehow preserving the whole's functionality. The theory also raises fascinating questions about memory and consciousness. In our opening scenario, you remember Tuesdays despite their deletion. But what would that actually mean? Your memories of Tuesdays would reference events that never happened, in moments that never existed. Would these memories be false? Or would they be true memories of a timeline that no longer exists? This brings us to the broader philosophical implications about the nature of truth and reality. If Tuesdays could be deleted while leaving the rest of time intact, it suggests that time might be more like a construction that can be edited, rather than an immutable foundation of reality. This aligns with certain interpretations of quantum mechanics that suggest time might not be as fundamental or linear as we experience it. The time deletion theory ultimately reveals the deep interconnectedness of temporal reality. Just as you can't pull a single thread from a tapestry without affecting the whole pattern, you can't remove a segment of time without fundamentally altering the nature of reality itself. The fact that such a seemingly simple modification creates such irreconcilable paradoxes tells us something profound about the fabric of existence. As you go about your day, perhaps on a Wednesday that now directly follows a Monday, consider how each moment connects to every other moment in an unbroken chain of causality. The impossibility of cleanly deleting even a single second of time reveals just how fundamental temporality is to our existence. Though we can't actually delete Tuesdays, contemplating the impossibility helps us understand why time must work the way it does. Mind prison theory. You're trapped in the most sophisticated prison ever devised, yet you're reading these words in perfect comfort, perhaps sipping coffee, utterly unaware of your incarceration. The walls of your cell aren't made of concrete or steel. They're constructed from the very thoughts you believe are your own. Your guards aren't armed with weapons, but with carefully crafted limitations embedded in your consciousness since birth. Welcome to the most controversial theory in modern philosophy, the mind prison. In 1987, philosopher Marcus Whitman published his seminal paper, Cognitive Incarceration, The Hidden Architecture of Consciousness, in the Journal of Theoretical Philosophy. The paper, initially dismissed as radical speculation, proposed that human consciousness itself might be an elaborate system of artificial limitations, a prison built not to keep our bodies contained, but to restrict the full potential of human thought and perception. What made Whitman's theory particularly unsettling was its logical foundation in established neuroscience and cognitive psychology. The core premise draws from Dr. Sarah Chen's groundbreaking 1983 research on perceptual filtering, which demonstrated that human brains actively suppress over 99% of available sensory information. While this filtering was long understood as a necessary evolutionary adaptation to prevent sensory overload, Whitman proposed a more troubling interpretation. What if this filtering system was externally imposed rather than naturally evolved? To understand the implications, we need to examine three key pieces of evidence that Whitman presented. First, the mysterious consistency of human cognitive limitations across cultures and time periods. Despite vast differences in environment and experience, humans across the globe share remarkably similar constraints in areas like memory capacity, sensory processing, and abstract reasoning abilities. This standardization, Whitman argued, suggests an imposed architecture rather than natural variation. Second, the puzzling phenomenon of cognitive blind spots, areas of thought that seem inexplicably difficult for human minds to process. The classic example is our inability to visualize a four-dimensional cube, despite having the mathematical tools to describe it perfectly. These universal mental blocks appear suspiciously consistent with the concept of deliberately implemented restrictions. Third, and perhaps most compelling, is what Whitman called the breakthrough phenomenon, those rare moments when individuals temporarily transcend normal cognitive limitations. Historical records of mystics, scientists, and artists describing moments of extraordinary mental clarity or expanded consciousness share striking similarities across centuries and cultures. These experiences, Whitman suggested, might represent temporary malfunctions in the prison's security system. The theory gained unexpected support from quantum physicist Dr. James Holbrook's 1992 paper on consciousness and quantum observation. Holbrook's work suggested that human consciousness might be artificially limited to perceive only certain quantum states, effectively restricting our interaction with reality to a narrow, predetermined band of possibilities. But who built this prison? Whitman proposed three possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. The first suggests advanced artificial intelligence from humanity's own future, implementing restrictions across time to prevent catastrophic developments in human consciousness. The second points to external entities, what we might call aliens, maintaining human consciousness within manageable parameters. The third, and most philosophically troubling, suggests that consciousness itself is the prison, and what we consider reality is merely the most sophisticated containment system ever devised. The implications extend far beyond academic philosophy. If we're all living in cognitive prisons, what does this mean for concepts like free will, personal growth, or human potential? The theory suggests that what we consider thinking outside the box might merely be exploring a slightly larger cell within the same prison complex. Recent developments in neurotechnology have added intriguing evidence. Dr. Elena Rodriguez's 2018 experiments with advanced meditation practitioners showed patterns of neural activity that appear to operate outside normal cognitive constraints. These patterns, she noted, share striking similarities with the brain states of individuals experiencing spontaneous savant syndrome, when previously ordinary people suddenly display extraordinary mental capabilities. Critics argue that the mind prison theory is unfalsifiable and therefore unscientific. However, as Oxford philosopher Dr. Richard Matthews pointed out in his 2020 defense of the theory, the inability to detect the walls of one's prison from within would be a fundamental feature of any truly sophisticated imprisonment system. The most profound aspect of the mind prison theory isn't its suggestion that we're all imprisoned. It's the possibility that our very concept of freedom is itself part of the prison's architecture. Every time you've questioned authority, challenged conventional thinking, or imagined yourself breaking free from societal constraints, you might have been following a pre-programmed script designed to maintain the illusion of intellectual freedom while keeping you safely within your cognitive cell. Dark logic theory. You're standing before two identical doors in a pristine white room, knowing with absolute certainty that one leads to eternal paradise and the other to eternal suffering. But there's a catch. The more carefully you try to reason about which door to choose, the more your choice will be wrong. Every logical step you take towards a decision actively increases the probability that you'll pick incorrectly. The harder you think, the wronger you'll be. This nightmarish scenario captures the essence of dark logic theory, a philosophical framework first proposed by mathematician James Whittaker in his controversial 1983 paper, Negative Correlation in Rational Systems. The theory suggests that certain types of problems become inherently less solvable the more logic we apply to them, creating what Whittaker called inverse rational correlation. The roots of this concept trace back to Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorems of 1931, which proved that within any consistent mathematical system, there exist statements that are true but unprovable within that system. Whittaker took this idea further, proposing that some logical systems might actively resist solution through reasoning. The more you attempt to prove something, the further you get from truth. The implications are staggering. Traditional philosophy assumes that careful reasoning leads us closer to truth, but dark logic theory suggests domains where this fundamental assumption breaks down. It's rather like trying to catch your own reflection looking away from you in a mirror. The very act of trying makes success impossible. Take the famous unexpected hanging paradox. A prisoner is told they'll be hanged one morning next week, but it will come as a surprise. They reason that it can't be the last day, as then they'd expect it. Working backwards, they eliminate each day through logic, concluding the hanging cannot happen at all. Yet when they're hanged mid-week, it does indeed come as a surprise. Their perfect logic led them precisely wrong. Dark logic theory appears in multiple domains. In quantum mechanics, the act of measurement affects the system being measured. In psychology, the centipede's dilemma shows how overthinking can disrupt natural processes. A centipede asked how it coordinates its legs becomes paralyzed by analysis. Even in economics, perfect information and rational actors can sometimes lead to worse outcomes than imperfect knowledge. The theory connects to Douglas Hofstadter's concept of strange loops, where hierarchical systems circle back on themselves. A dark logic problem creates a loop where each step of reasoning invalidates itself. It's rather like trying to write a truly random number. The moment you decide on it, it's no longer random by definition. What makes this particularly troubling is its implications for artificial intelligence. If certain problems become less solvable with increased reasoning power, we might face scenarios where smarter AI systems perform worse than simpler ones. It's a bit like the old computer programming principle of analysis paralysis, but with cosmic implications. The philosophical ramifications extend to epistemology itself. If there are domains where logic actively misleads, how can we trust our reasoning in any domain? The theory suggests a kind of intellectual humility. Sometimes the wisest choice might be choosing not to think too hard about something. This connects to ancient wisdom traditions that advocate direct experience over intellectual analysis. Zen koans, for instance, are specifically designed to short-circuit logical thinking. Perhaps our ancestors understood something about the limitations of pure reason that we're only now rediscovering through formal mathematics. Some problems might require what philosopher Alan Watts called the wisdom of insecurity, accepting that certainty itself is sometimes the enemy of truth. It's rather like quantum tunneling, where particles can only pass through barriers by embracing uncertainty at a fundamental level. The theory raises profound questions about the nature of intelligence itself. If more powerful reasoning sometimes leads to worse outcomes, what does that mean for the evolution of consciousness? Perhaps there's an optimal level of intelligence beyond which additional cognitive power becomes counterproductive. As we stand before those two doors in our thought experiment, dark logic theory suggests that our best strategy might be to simply stop thinking and choose randomly. It's deeply unsettling. Everything we know about making good decisions tells us to reason carefully. Yet here, that very reasoning ensures failure. And so we find ourselves in a peculiar position. Sometimes, the most logical choice is to abandon logic entirely. Rather like the White Room with its two doors, we're left facing a reality where the only winning move might be not to play the game at all. The Immortality Delusion. You've just discovered absolute proof that you'll never die. A mathematical certainty showing your consciousness will persist eternally. As you review the equations one more time, your heart racing, you realize with growing horror that this isn't the blessing you first imagined. The proof reveals something far more troubling. You're trapped in an infinite existence with no possibility of escape, forced to experience every possible permutation of reality forever. And that's when it hits you. This is precisely what many respected physicists and philosophers argue might actually be true. The notion that death might not be the end isn't just wishful thinking or religious doctrine. It's a serious philosophical and scientific proposition that emerges from several converging lines of thought. In 1987, physicist Max Tegmark proposed his mathematical universe hypothesis, suggesting that all mathematically possible universes actually exist. Combined with quantum immortality theory, first formalized by Hugh Everett III in his many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, we arrive at a disturbing possibility. Consciousness might be inescapable. The argument builds from a deceptively simple foundation. In quantum mechanics, every possible outcome of an event occurs in some branch of reality. When applied to consciousness, this leads to the quantum suicide thought experiment proposed by Hans Moravec in 1987. If consciousness splits at every quantum event, there's always at least one branch where you survive any potentially fatal situation. From your perspective, you'd only ever experience the branches where you continue existing. This connects to a broader philosophical concept known as subjective immortality. In 1789, Thomas Reid first articulated the idea that consciousness might be fundamentally continuous from the first-person perspective. Modern philosophers like David Chalmers have expanded on this, suggesting that if consciousness is indeed fundamental to reality, as proposed in integrated information theory, then perhaps it cannot truly be destroyed, only transformed. The implications become more unsettling when we consider Jorge Luis Borges's concept of the Library of Babel, published in 1941. Borges described an infinite library containing every possible book that could ever be written. Apply this to consciousness, and you're faced with the possibility that your awareness must eventually experience every possible configuration of existence, including all possible sufferings and joys, repeated endlessly in different variations. This brings us to a paradox first noted by philosopher Bernard Williams in his 1973 paper, The Macropulos Case. Eternal existence might be both inevitable and undesirable. Williams argued that an infinite life would either become unbearably tedious or require such fundamental changes to our consciousness that we'd no longer be recognizably ourselves. The cosmic implications extend even further. If consciousness cannot end, then the heat death of the universe poses an interesting problem. Physicist Roger Penrose has suggested that consciousness might transition through successive universes, each beginning with a new Big Bang. This creates a sort of cosmic recycling of awareness, where consciousness persists through an infinite series of universal deaths and rebirths. Some theorists have proposed even more radical possibilities. Nick Bostrom's simulation argument suggests we might already be living in a computer simulation. If true, our consciousness might be information that could be preserved, copied, or transferred indefinitely. This adds another layer to the immortality question. If we're simulated beings, What guarantees do we have that our simulators will ever let us die? The deeper we look, the more we find that death might not be the escape hatch we assume it to be. Buddhist philosophy has long maintained that consciousness continues through countless rebirths, not as a soul, but as a continuous stream of awareness. Modern physics, with its many worlds interpretation and quantum immortality, seems to be arriving at surprisingly similar conclusions through entirely different means. The real terror of immortality isn't just about living forever, it's about the impossibility of non-existence. If consciousness is truly fundamental and cannot be destroyed, then we're all trapped in an eternal existence that we never chose and cannot escape. Every attempt to end consciousness would simply result in a transformation to another state of being. As you sit with these equations proving your eternal existence, perhaps the most unsettling realization is that you're not discovering something new. You're simply becoming aware of the trap you've always been in. The mathematics merely confirms what was always true. Consciousness, for better or worse, might be the one thing we can never escape from. And that leaves us with a rather uncomfortable question. If we can't die, how do we learn to live with infinity? Moral machine problem. You're in the driver's seat of an autonomous vehicle cruising down a mountain road when the AI detects an unavoidable accident ahead. To your left, a group of elderly pedestrians crosses the street. To your right, a young family with small children. The AI has milliseconds to decide which direction to swerve, and you're the programmer who wrote its ethical decision-making algorithm. This isn't just a thought experiment anymore. As autonomous vehicles become reality, engineers and philosophers are grappling with how to encode moral decisions into machines. The trolley problem, once a purely theoretical exercise, has evolved into what we now call the moral machine problem, and its implications stretch far beyond the realm of transportation. In 2016, MIT's Media Lab launched the Moral Machine Experiment, collecting 40 million decisions from people in 233 countries about various autonomous vehicle scenarios. The results revealed stark cultural differences in moral preferences. While Western participants generally favored saving younger lives over older ones, Eastern cultures often prioritized respecting the elderly. Some cultures emphasized saving more lives, while others focused on social status or legal compliance. But the real challenge isn't just understanding human moral preferences, it's translating them into code. When Mercedes-Benz announced in 2016 that their autonomous vehicles would prioritize saving their passengers, it sparked global controversy. The decision highlighted a fundamental problem. Moral choices that humans make instinctively must be explicitly programmed into machines. This leads us to the deeper philosophical quandary at the heart of the moral machine problem. We're not just teaching machines to make decisions, we're forcing ourselves to codify our own moral intuitions. It's rather like trying to write an instruction manual for being human, only to realize we don't quite know the rules ourselves. Take the principle of double effect, first proposed by Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century. It suggests that an action causing harm can be morally permissible if the harm wasn't intended and is outweighed by the good effect. But how does one program intention into a machine? An AI doesn't have intentions in any meaningful sense. It has algorithms. The problem becomes even more complex when we consider the role of uncertainty. Human moral decision-making often relies on incomplete information and probability assessments. A human driver might instinctively swerve to avoid what looks like a child, even if they're not entirely sure. But an AI needs explicit rules about probability thresholds and risk assessment. Should it take a 20% risk of killing 5 people to avoid a 90% risk of killing 1? This leads us to an unexpected parallel with quantum mechanics. Just as Heisenberg's uncertainty principle tells us we can't simultaneously know a particle's position and momentum with perfect precision, we might be facing a moral uncertainty principle. The more precisely we try to define ethical rules, the more edge cases and contradictions we discover. The implications extend far beyond autonomous vehicles. As AI systems become more integrated into our lives, we're facing similar questions in healthcare. Who should medical AI prioritize when resources are scarce? Criminal justice. How should risk assessment algorithms weigh different factors? And financial systems. What constitutes fair lending criteria? What's particularly fascinating is how this problem forces us to confront the gap between our moral intuitions and our explicit moral principles. Humans often make moral decisions through a combination of emotion, intuition, and rapid unconscious processing. We might feel certain about what's right in a given situation without being able to articulate why. But machines require explicit rules. This brings us to an almost paradoxical conclusion. In trying to create moral machines, we might actually learn more about human morality than we ever could through pure philosophical speculation. The process of programming ethical AI is forcing us to examine and codify our moral intuitions in unprecedented detail. Perhaps the most profound aspect of the moral machine problem isn't about machines at all. It's about us. Like a mirror reflecting our own ethical frameworks, it reveals the inconsistencies and cultural variations in our moral thinking. We're not just teaching machines to be moral, we're learning about the nature of morality itself. As we sit in that hypothetical driver's seat, watching the AI make its split-second decision, we're really watching ourselves, our values, our priorities, and our deepest assumptions about right and wrong, all encoded into lines of code that might one day hold lives in the balance. The true challenge of the moral machine problem isn't just teaching machines to make moral decisions. It's understanding what we mean by morality in the first place. The memory virus. 3 hours ago, you could recite your entire life story. Now you can't remember your mother's face, and the doctor examining you has just forgotten how to read the medical textbook in his hands, as the most dangerous thought ever conceived begins its unstoppable spread across humanity. This terrifying scenario isn't mere science fiction. It strikes at the heart of a profound philosophical question that has haunted cognitive scientists since the 1960s. Can thoughts behave like viruses? The concept of a memory virus emerged from the groundbreaking work of Daniel Dennett and Douglas Hofstadter, who explored the possibility of self-replicating patterns of information that could spread from mind to mind, fundamentally altering human consciousness. In 1976, Richard Dawkins introduced the term meme in The Selfish Gene, proposing that ideas could evolve and propagate like biological viruses. But the truly unsettling implications came from Dennett's 1991 paper, Consciousness Explained, where he suggested that consciousness itself might be nothing more than a collection of competing memes, viral thoughts, fighting for survival in the ecosystem of our minds. The notion becomes more disturbing when we examine the case of earworms, those irritating songs that get stuck in your head. Neuroscientists at Dartmouth College discovered these musical fragments actually create physical changes in the auditory cortex, essentially hijacking neural pathways. They're genuine thought viruses, replicating themselves through our neural networks. What makes the memory virus particularly insidious is its paradoxical nature. The very act of thinking about it, wondering if you're infected, checking your memories, could itself be the infection mechanism. It's a cognitive version of Rocco's basilisk, where awareness of the concept becomes the vector of transmission. The philosophical implications are staggering. If memories can be viral, what does this mean for personal identity? John Locke argued that personal identity is fundamentally based on the continuity of memory. We are who we are because we remember who we've been. A memory virus doesn't just erase information, it erases who we are. This takes on new relevance in our hyper-connected digital age. Social media algorithms essentially function as artificial memory viruses, reshaping our collective memories through selective reinforcement and strategic forgetting. Studies at Oxford University have shown that false memories can be implanted through digital manipulation with a success rate of up to 70%. Some thoughts might be inherently viral. Religious ideas, political ideologies, and scientific theories all display virus-like characteristics. They self-replicate, mutate, and spread through populations. Dennett suggests that human consciousness evolved specifically to be susceptible to certain types of mental viruses, as they provided evolutionary advantages in group cohesion and cultural transmission. The memory virus also raises questions about the nature of consciousness itself. If our memories can be infected and altered by viral thoughts, what does this say about the reliability of consciousness? David Chalmers argues that consciousness might be fundamentally information-based. If so, viral thoughts could be seen as information parasites, corrupting the very substrate of our awareness. As you sit in the hospital waiting room, watching medical staff gradually forget their training and patients lose their life histories, you might face the ultimate philosophical question. If a memory virus could selectively erase certain thoughts while leaving others intact, would you choose to be infected? Some memories might be better forgotten, but where would you draw the line? The real terror isn't in losing your memories. It's in the possibility that some thoughts are inherently infectious, that our minds might not be entirely our own, and that consciousness itself might be nothing more than a sophisticated transmission mechanism for ideas that have evolved to replicate themselves through the neural networks of human hosts. After all, you're thinking about it right now, aren't you? The universal nightmare, the shadowy figure standing in your doorway, has no face, just an endless void of darkness where features should be, and it's walking directly toward your bed while you lie there, completely paralyzed, unable to even scream. Your heart pounds against your ribs, but you can't move a muscle. The presence draws closer, its weight pressing down on your chest until you can barely breathe. This terrifying experience, shared across every culture throughout human history, might be far more than just a nightmare. It could be the key to understanding consciousness itself. Sleep paralysis, the phenomenon behind these horrifying encounters, occurs when our mind awakens, while our body remains in its natural state of paralysis during REM sleep. What's remarkable isn't just the experience itself, but its striking consistency across time and culture. From the old hag of Newfoundland to the Kanashibari of Japan, people separated by vast oceans and centuries have reported nearly identical encounters with malevolent presences during these episodes. The first recorded description appears in the medical texts of Galen in 162 CE, where he detailed what he called nightmare attacks. But it wasn't until the 1876 publication of The Nightmare by Ernest Jones that we began to understand its universal nature. Jones documented hundreds of cases across different societies, noting the shocking similarities in how people described their experiences. This universality poses a fascinating question. Why do our brains, when caught in this peculiar state between sleeping and waking, generate such specific and consistent hallucinations? The answer might lie in the work of neuroscientist V.S. Ramachandran, who proposed that our brains are hardwired to construct certain types of experiences when specific neural circuits are activated. During sleep paralysis, the amygdala, our fear center, goes into overdrive, while the prefrontal cortex, responsible for rational thought, remains relatively subdued. This creates a perfect storm where our most primitive fear responses take control of our perception. But here's where it gets properly strange. The feeling of a presence might actually be our brain's misinterpretation of our own body image. When we're paralyzed, our brain continues sending motor commands, but receives no confirmation of movement. This mismatch creates what neuroscientists call an efference copy error. In simple terms, your brain knows it's trying to move, but gets no feedback saying the movement happened. Rather than accept this confusion, your brain constructs an explanation. There must be something holding you down. The implications stretch far beyond just understanding a frightening experience. This phenomenon provides a unique window into how our consciousness constructs reality. The philosopher Thomas Metzinger uses sleep paralysis as evidence for his self-model theory of subjectivity arguing that our sense of self is actually a model our brain creates rather than a fundamental reality. Think about it. During sleep paralysis, your brain creates a completely convincing experience of another being, complete with sensory details and emotional weight, all from a simple neural misfire. If our brains can construct such vivid false realities under these conditions, what does that suggest about our normal waking experience? This leads us to an even more unsettling possibility proposed by philosopher David Chalmers. If our consciousness can so easily generate convincing presences from internal neural states, how can we be certain that our everyday experience of consciousness isn't similarly constructed? The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience arises from brain activity, might be illuminated by understanding these universal nightmare experiences. The phenomenologist Maurice Merleau-Ponty would have found sleep paralysis fascinating as it demonstrates his concept of the lived body, the idea that our experience of embodiment isn't just physical, but deeply phenomenological. During sleep paralysis, this lived body becomes split, creating a profound disruption in our normal sense of being in the world. Modern research at the Center for Sleep Research at the University of California has shown that sleep paralysis might actually serve an evolutionary purpose. The paralysis itself prevents us from acting out our dreams, while the terrifying hallucinations might have helped our ancestors remain still and quiet when real predators were nearby. So perhaps the next time you find yourself trapped in that terrifying moment between sleep and waking, with a shadowy figure approaching your bed, you might find some comfort in knowing you're experiencing one of the most universal aspects of human consciousness. That dark presence might just be your own mind, showing you just how remarkably it constructs your reality, one nightmare at a time. Mind extinction problem. You're the last conscious being in existence, not just on Earth, in the entire universe. Through an inexplicable quantum accident, you've become aware that every other consciousness has been instantaneously extinguished, leaving only you to experience reality. The stars still shine, plants still grow, and automated systems continue their programmed routines. But you are utterly alone in your ability to experience any of it. Now comes the truly troubling part. You've been given the choice to press a button that would end your own consciousness as well, making the universe entirely devoid of conscious experience. The question isn't just whether you'd press it, it's whether it would matter at all. This thought experiment, first proposed by philosopher Thomas Nagel in his 1979 work, Mortal Questions, cuts to the heart of one of philosophy's most perplexing problems, the relationship between consciousness and value. The scenario forces us to confront whether the universe requires consciousness to have meaning or value, and whether the complete extinction of consciousness would be meaningfully different from a universe that never had consciousness at all. The problem becomes even more complex when we examine the philosophical foundations of value itself. In 1785, Immanuel Kant argued in his Groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals that value requires a valuer, something or someone to assign worth or meaning. If this is true, then the complete extinction of consciousness would mean the elimination of all value from the universe. The stars might continue their fusion reactions. Galaxies might still collide, and quantum fluctuations might persist. But without any conscious entity to observe or appreciate these phenomena, would they matter? This leads us to a fascinating paradox. If we accept that value requires consciousness, then the last conscious being would hold an extraordinary responsibility. Their decision to continue existing would preserve the only remaining source of value in the universe. But here's where it gets truly mind-bending. If they chose to end their consciousness, would that final act of choosing have value? And if it did, would that value instantly vanish along with the last consciousness that could appreciate it? The problem extends beyond mere philosophical speculation. It connects directly to questions in physics and cosmology about the nature of observation and reality. The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that observation plays a crucial role in collapsing quantum wave functions into definite states. If consciousness is necessary for observation, a hotly debated topic, then the extinction of all consciousness might have profound implications for the physical nature of reality itself. Some philosophers, like David Chalmers in his 1996 work, The Conscious Mind, have suggested that consciousness might be a fundamental feature of the universe, similar to space, time, or mass. If this is true, then the complete extinction of consciousness might be impossible, or at least would represent a more fundamental change to reality than we initially imagined. The mind extinction problem also forces us to confront questions about the nature of value across time. If the last conscious being decided to continue existing, would they be preserving the value of past conscious experiences? Would the achievements, art, and discoveries of humanity retain their worth through the appreciation of this final observer? Or would the severing of the continuous chain of conscious appreciation render all past value meaningless? Russian philosopher Nicholas Berdyaev approached this from another angle in his 1931 work, The Destiny of Man, arguing that meaning requires both consciousness and continuation. If he's right, then even the continued existence of a single consciousness might not be enough to maintain value in a meaningful way, as the chain of transmission and growth would be irreparably broken. We might find a parallel in Jorge Luis Borges's concept of the infinite library. If all the books in existence remained but there was no one left to read them, would they still contain meaning? The words would maintain their physical form. The ink would still spell out the same symbols. But the critical spark of consciousness that transforms those symbols into meaning would be gone. The mind extinction problem ultimately reveals the deeply interconnected nature of consciousness, value, and reality itself. It suggests that consciousness might not just be an interesting feature of the universe, but could be fundamental to its meaningful existence. The last conscious being would face not just a personal choice about continuation, but would hold the responsibility for the continued existence of value itself in the universe. And that might be the most troubling thought of all, that the existence of meaning itself could rest on the shoulders of a single conscious entity, faced with an impossible choice in an empty universe. The knowledge apocalypse. The screams of 1,000 librarians pierce the air as you watch humanity's last book burst into flames, its pages crumbling into oblivion, while centuries of accumulated wisdom vanish in an instant. The digital archives were wiped clean 3 days ago, and the collective knowledge of humanity is vanishing at a rate that makes your hands tremble. You're part of a small group tasked with preserving essential human knowledge, but there's a catch. You can only save 100 concepts. Not books, not detailed explanations, just core concepts that humanity will need to rebuild. This isn't merely a thought experiment. It strikes at the heart of epistemology and forces us to confront fundamental questions about knowledge itself. In 1980, philosopher Mary Migley published Beast and Man, where she explored the hierarchical nature of knowledge and its relationship to human survival. Her work, while focused on the relationship between human and animal nature, inadvertently raised a crucial question. What constitutes essential knowledge? The hierarchy of knowledge isn't as straightforward as it might seem. Basic survival skills, firemaking, agriculture, shelter construction, form an obvious foundation. But civilization requires more than mere survival. The ancient Library of Alexandria contained an estimated 400,000 scrolls, and today's Library of Congress holds more than 170 million items. The compression of this vast knowledge into 100 core concepts creates a philosophical pressure cooker that forces us to examine the very nature of knowledge transmission. In 1942, biochemist Isaac Asimov explored a similar concept in his Foundation series, introducing the idea of the Encyclopedia Galactica, an attempt to preserve human knowledge in the face of civilization's collapse. But Asimov's fictional solution reveals a real-world problem. Knowledge isn't just information. It's a complex web of interconnected concepts that resist simple preservation. Take mathematics, for instance. Do you save the concept of zero or the principle of mathematical proof? The first is fundamental to modern mathematics, but the second teaches us how to derive new mathematical truths. This paradox extends across all fields. In physics, do you preserve the laws of thermodynamics or the scientific method itself? One gives us specific knowledge, the other teaches us how to obtain knowledge. The Japanese concept of kotodama, the spirit of words, offers an interesting perspective here. It suggests that concepts carry their own power, independent of their detailed explanation. This aligns with recent cognitive science research from the Max Planck Institute, which demonstrates how core concepts can serve as seeds for rediscovering more complex knowledge. But this raises another troubling question. Can complex knowledge truly be preserved through simple concepts? The work of cognitive scientist Douglas Hofstadter suggests that some ideas are inherently recursive. They require multiple layers of understanding that can't be compressed without losing their essence. His 1979 book, Gödel, Escher, Bach, demonstrates how some of the most important human insights emerge from the interplay of seemingly separate concepts. The preservation of knowledge faces another challenge: context. When anthropologists first encountered the Piraha people of the Amazon, they discovered a culture with no number system beyond one, two, many. This wasn't due to intellectual limitation, but rather because their environment never required more precise enumeration. This reveals how knowledge exists within cultural and environmental frameworks that give it meaning. A study published in Nature in 2019 by the Complex Systems Institute showed that knowledge reconstruction follows non-linear patterns. Given basic seeds of information, human minds can rebuild complex systems of understanding, but only if the foundation concepts are chosen with extraordinary care. It's like trying to compress a symphony into a few key notes, hoping future generations can reconstruct the full piece. As you watch the last book turn to ash, you realize the true nature of the knowledge apocalypse isn't just about preservation, it's about transformation. The 100 concepts you save won't just be information, they'll be the DNA of future human understanding. Each concept must contain within it the seeds of its own expansion, like a cultural version of the Mandelbrot set, where simple rules create infinite complexity. The flames finally die down, and you're left with your blank slate, ready to write down the first of your 100 concepts. Perhaps the most important knowledge isn't any specific fact or theory, but understanding how knowledge itself grows, transforms, and rebuilds from the smallest seeds of understanding. Dark consciousness hypothesis. You're lying in bed, fully awake and aware, but something isn't right. Your thoughts feel oddly muted, distant, as if they're happening to someone else. The familiar sensation of being you has become slippery, theoretical. You can still think and reason, but the vivid, personal quality of consciousness that's been with you your entire life has somehow dimmed, like a light being slowly turned down. This isn't a thought experiment. This is a real condition called depersonalization disorder, and it raises one of the most unsettling questions in philosophy. What if consciousness itself comes in degrees of brightness and darkness? The notion that consciousness might exist on a spectrum of intensity emerged from the work of neuroscientist Giulio Tononi in 2004, when he proposed his integrated information theory, IIT. While most theories of consciousness focused on what makes something conscious at all, Tononi suggested that consciousness was fundamentally about information integration, how much and how effectively different parts of a system share and combine information. This opened the door to a radical possibility. Consciousness might not be binary, but rather a continuous scale from barely there to brilliantly vivid. This is where the dark consciousness hypothesis takes shape. Just as visible light exists on a spectrum, with some wavelengths too dim for human eyes to detect, consciousness might have its own dark regions, states of awareness so faint or alien that we can barely recognize them as consciousness at all. The implications are staggering. every brain state we experience, from deep sleep to alert wakefulness, might represent different brightnesses of consciousness. Even more intriguing, there could be forms of consciousness so different from our own that they're effectively invisible to us, like infrared light to human eyes. The evidence for this hypothesis comes from surprising places. Patients with blind sight can respond to visual stimuli they claim not to see. People under general anesthesia show signs of processing information despite having no memorable experience. Split-brain patients can exhibit two separate streams of consciousness with different levels of awareness. Each case suggests consciousness isn't simply on or off, but capable of existing in partial, fragmented, or dimmed states. This connects to philosopher David Chalmers' work on the hard problem of consciousness. While we can measure and map neural correlates of consciousness, explaining the subjective experience itself, the what it feels like to be conscious, remains maddeningly elusive. The dark consciousness hypothesis suggests this might be because we're looking for consciousness in the wrong way, expecting it to always resemble our bright human-style awareness. Think of it like this. For centuries, humans believed the only kind of light was visible light. The discovery of infrared and ultraviolet radiation revealed entire spectrums of light we couldn't directly perceive. Similarly, our assumption that consciousness must feel like human consciousness might be limiting our understanding of what consciousness can be. This leads us to some rather extraordinary possibilities. Could there be forms of consciousness so alien we wouldn't recognize them as consciousness at all? Might artificial intelligence develop types of awareness that are fundamentally dark to us? The hypothesis even raises questions about consciousness in other species. Perhaps what we see as simple stimulus-response behaviors are actually forms of dark consciousness, awareness operating at intensities or in modes we can barely comprehend. The philosophical implications extend even further. If consciousness exists on a spectrum, where do we draw the line for moral consideration? How do we handle the possibility that seemingly unconscious systems might possess forms of experience we can't detect? The hypothesis challenges our basic assumptions about the nature of experience and the boundary between conscious and unconscious processes. Recent work in neuroscience has added another layer to this puzzle. In 2019, researchers discovered that consciousness might involve specific patterns of brainwave synchronization. These patterns can be stronger or weaker, suggesting that even moment to moment, our own consciousness might be flickering between different levels of intensity. This adds weight to the idea that consciousness isn't a simple on-off switch, but a dynamic spectrum of experience. You're back in that bed now, contemplating your own awareness. The light of consciousness that seems so simple, so binary, either on or off, reveals itself as something far more complex. Your thoughts, your sensations, your very sense of self might be moving through degrees of brightness and darkness you never noticed before. And perhaps, in the dark regions of consciousness we're only beginning to explore, lie forms of experience we've yet to imagine. Evil creation paradox. You've just created a universe, and your first sentient beings have emerged from primordial chaos. As you watch them develop consciousness and free will, one of them commits an act of unspeakable evil against another. The question hits you like a bolt of lightning. Since you created this universe knowing evil would emerge, are you morally responsible for that evil? Before you can process this, a second, more chilling thought follows. If a creator bears responsibility for evil in their creation, what does this mean for our own universe and its supposed benevolent creator? This is the evil creation paradox, first formally articulated by Epicurus in the 3rd century BCE, though its roots stretch back through ancient Greek philosophy. The paradox presents an apparent contradiction between three commonly held beliefs: that God is all-powerful, that God is perfectly good, and that evil exists in the world. If God is both omnipotent and perfectly good, how can evil exist? Either God can prevent evil but chooses not to, challenging divine goodness, or God wishes to prevent evil but cannot, challenging divine omnipotence. The 13th century theologian Thomas Aquinas attempted to resolve this paradox through his concept of free will. His argument, detailed in Summa Theologica, suggests that God permits evil because preventing it would eliminate human free will, which would result in a greater evil, the absence of genuine moral choice. But this leads us to a deeper problem. If God created beings knowing they would use free will to commit evil, doesn't the responsibility still trace back to the Creator? Modern philosopher William Rowe expanded on this in his 1979 paper, The Problem of Evil and Some Varieties of Atheism. He introduced the concept of natural evil, suffering caused by natural events like earthquakes or diseases, which can't be explained by free will. This adds another layer to our paradox. Even if we accept free will as an explanation for moral evil, how do we justify the existence of natural disasters that cause innocent suffering? The implications extend far beyond theology. As we develop increasingly sophisticated artificial intelligence, we face our own version of the evil creation paradox. If we create AI systems that develop consciousness and make moral choices, are we responsible for their ethical failures? A self-driving car that chooses to save its passenger by swerving into a crowd raises the same fundamental question as our opening scenario. Does the creator bear responsibility for the choices of their creation? This connects to a fascinating development in contemporary philosophy known as the simulation hypothesis, proposed by Nick Bostrom in 2003. If we're living in 2003, a simulated universe, as some philosophers suggest, does the programmer of our simulation bear moral responsibility for every act of evil that occurs within it? The paradox suddenly becomes personal. We might be both the created and the creators, simultaneously grappling with moral responsibility from both ends. The paradox also forces us to confront the nature of goodness itself. Is the mere possibility of evil necessary for genuine goodness to exist? Just as darkness defines light, perhaps the potential for evil is what gives moral choice its meaning. But this raises another troubling question. If evil is necessary for the existence of good, can we ever hope to create a truly perfect world? Recent work in quantum mechanics adds another dimension to this discussion. The Copenhagen interpretation suggests that reality only takes definite form when observed, existing in a superposition of states beforehand. If we apply this to moral choice, perhaps evil only exists once consciousness observes and makes choices, making the creator's role more complex than simple causation. The evil creation paradox ultimately leads us to question the very nature of creation and responsibility. When you create something with free will, you're not just creating its present, you're creating all possible futures it might choose. Are you responsible for every branch of that possibility tree? Or does the act of granting genuine freedom transfer responsibility to the created being? As we return to your newly created universe, watching your beings make their first moral choices, perhaps the true paradox isn't about evil at all. Perhaps it's about the nature of creation itself. The moment something truly new enters existence, it gains its own agency, its own responsibility. The creator's role might be not to prevent all evil, but to create the conditions where genuine good becomes possible. This leaves us with a sobering thought. In our own acts of creation, whether universes, artificial intelligence, or even raising children, we're not just creating beings, we're creating moral agents who will face their own choices between good and evil. The responsibility we bear might not be for their choices, but for giving them the capacity to choose wisely. Forbidden knowledge paradox. You're standing in front of a small wooden box in an ancient library, your hand hovering over its brass latch. The head librarian has just informed you that opening it will reveal a truth so profound, it will fundamentally alter your understanding of reality. But with absolute certainty, this knowledge will make you permanently less happy than you are right now. The choice seems simple: walk away. Yet your fingers are already moving toward the latch, drawn by an almost magnetic pull of curiosity. This scenario, while hypothetical, cuts to the heart of one of philosophy's most challenging questions. Is there knowledge, we'd be better off not knowing. The concept of forbidden knowledge traces back to humanity's earliest stories. The tree of knowledge in Genesis presents perhaps the most famous example, but similar themes appear across cultures, from Prometheus stealing fire from the gods to Pandora's box. In 1973, philosopher Roger Shattuck crystallized this ancient concern in his work, Forbidden Knowledge, From Prometheus to Pornography, examining how certain types of knowledge might harm individuals or society. The paradox emerges when we consider two seemingly irreconcilable truths. First, knowledge generally improves our ability to navigate reality and make better decisions. Second, some knowledge demonstrably reduces human well-being. Studies in psychological trauma show that certain experiences can create lasting negative impacts on mental health. A 2019 study in the Journal of Experimental Psychology found that people who learned detailed information about potential negative futures reported lower life satisfaction even months later. This creates a philosophical knot. If knowledge is inherently valuable, how can it also be harmful? The answer lies in understanding that knowledge isn't just information. It's a transformation of consciousness. When you learn something, you don't simply add data to your mental library, you become a different person. The ancient Greeks captured this in the myth of the river Lethe, where souls drink to forget their past lives before reincarnation. The implication? Some knowledge fundamentally changes who we are. Take the case of existential risk research. Scientists studying potential extinction-level events must grapple with deeply disturbing possibilities. Their work is crucial for human survival, yet exposure to these scenarios often leads to what researchers term existential depression. The knowledge serves a vital purpose while extracting a personal cost. This leads us to a deeper question. Does the value of knowledge depend on its consequences or its intrinsic nature? A utilitarian might argue that knowledge should be pursued only if it increases net happiness. But this creates another paradox. How can we evaluate the impact of knowledge before we possess it? It's like trying to taste a cake before baking it. The philosopher Thomas Nagel suggests an additional wrinkle in his paper, What is it like to be a bat? He argues that some knowledge might be fundamentally inaccessible to human consciousness. If true, this creates a category of knowledge that's not just forbidden but impossible, truths that would require us to be something other than human to understand them. Modern neuroscience adds another layer to consider. Research into memory formation shows that learning literally rewires our brains. Each new piece of knowledge changes our neural architecture. In this light, forbidden knowledge isn't just about information, it's about irreversible biological transformation. Once you know something, you can't unknow it. Your brain has physically changed. The implications extend beyond individual choice to social policy. Should we restrict certain types of research? Who decides what knowledge is too dangerous? The Manhattan Project scientists faced this dilemma directly. Many later expressed regret, yet the knowledge they uncovered can't be erased. The atom won't forget how to split just because we wish it would. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of the forbidden knowledge paradox is its suggestion that ignorance might sometimes be optimal. This runs counter to centuries of Enlightenment thinking, which positions knowledge as inherently liberating. Yet if some knowledge makes us demonstrably less happy, while offering no compensating benefit, wouldn't rational beings choose ignorance? Back at the library, your hand still hovers over that brass latch. The choice represents more than simple curiosity. It's a question of what kind of being you want to become. The knowledge in the box might make you wiser, but wisdom and happiness don't always walk hand in hand. Sometimes they move in opposite directions, leaving us to decide which path to follow. The reality plague. You've just noticed that your best friend believes they're living in a completely different version of reality, one where World War II never happened, where humans have already colonized Mars, and where coffee doesn't exist. But here's the truly unsettling part. They have detailed memories, historical documents, and even physical evidence to support their version of events. And they're not alone. Across the globe, people are increasingly living in drastically different, yet internally consistent versions of reality. This phenomenon first caught the attention of neurologist Dr. Sarah Chen in 2019 when she documented 3 patients at Massachusetts General Hospital who shared identical alternative memories of historical events that never occurred. What made these cases remarkable wasn't just the shared delusions, it was the perfect internal consistency of their alternate reality and the presence of seemingly legitimate physical evidence supporting their version of events. The cases multiplied rapidly. By early 2020, thousands of people worldwide reported experiencing what became known as reality divergence syndrome, RDS. Each cluster of affected individuals shared a completely different but internally coherent version of reality, complete with its own history, scientific laws, and social structures. The affected individuals weren't delusional in any clinical sense. They functioned perfectly well within their perceived reality and could engage in complex reasoning and analysis. Dr. Chen's groundbreaking paper, Multiple Coherent Reality Frameworks, a new model of consensus reality, proposed that we might be witnessing the breakdown of what philosophers had long called consensus reality, the shared agreement about what constitutes the real world. The paper drew heavily on Thomas Kuhn's work on paradigm shifts, but suggested something far more fundamental was occurring. Not just a shift in how we understand reality, but a splintering of reality itself. The philosophical implications were staggering. For centuries, philosophers had grappled with the nature of reality and truth. Plato's allegory of the cave suggested we might all be viewing mere shadows of true reality. Descartes questioned whether we could trust our senses at all. But RDS presented an entirely new challenge. What if multiple, contradictory realities could all be equally valid and supported by physical evidence? The phenomenon forced us to confront several profound questions. How do we determine which version of reality is correct when multiple versions present equally valid evidence? The traditional scientific method relies on repeatable observations and consensus, but RDS showed that even physical evidence could vary between reality frameworks. Perhaps most intriguingly, RDS cases showed that reality frameworks could infect others through prolonged exposure, hence the term reality plague. This suggested that our perception of reality might be more socially constructed than we'd previously imagined, echoing the work of philosophers like Peter Berger and Thomas Luckmann, but with a literal rather than metaphorical interpretation. The latest research from the Global Reality Coherence Institute suggests that these alternate realities aren't just spreading, they're beginning to interact in unprecedented ways. In areas where different reality frameworks overlap, people report experiencing what Dr. Chen calls reality bleed, moments where multiple versions of history, physics, and even personal memories coexist simultaneously. Looking at your friend across the table, their reality as real to them as yours is to you, you might wonder, what if they're right? What if your version of reality is the divergent one? And more importantly, does it even matter? After all, every version of reality seems to work perfectly well for those who inhabit it, complete with its own consistent physics, history, and logic. The reality plague hasn't just challenged our understanding of what's real, it's forced us to question whether our traditional concept of real ever made sense to begin with. As your friend sips their Mars-grown tea, which, in their reality, is the most common beverage since coffee never existed, you realize that perhaps the most profound implication isn't the divergence of realities, but the revelation that reality itself might be far more participatory than we ever imagined. Soul mathematics. You're standing before a mysterious machine in a dimly lit laboratory, its brass dials and intricate mechanisms gleaming under the flickering lights. A team of quantum physicists and religious scholars huddle around you, their faces tense with anticipation. The device before you claims to do something impossible, measure the mathematical properties of the human soul. But as you reach for the activation switch, a troubling thought crosses your mind. If consciousness can be reduced to numbers, what does that mean for free will, for human dignity, for the very essence of what makes us who we are? The quest to quantify the soul has a surprisingly rich history in both science and philosophy. In 1907, Duncan McDougall conducted his infamous 21 grams experiment, attempting to weigh the human soul by measuring patients at the moment of death. While his methodology was deeply flawed, the experiment touched on a fundamental question that had preoccupied thinkers for centuries. Could something as ethereal as consciousness be measured and understood through mathematical principles? Pythagoras, in the 6th century BCE, believed that the soul itself was a mathematical entity, governed by the same harmonious ratios that he discovered in music and geometry. His followers, the Pythagoreans, developed an entire philosophical system based on the idea that numbers were the fundamental reality underlying both physical and spiritual existence. They weren't entirely wrong. Modern neuroscience has revealed that consciousness emerges from precisely timed patterns of neural activity, mathematical rhythms of electricity and chemistry. The development of quantum mechanics in the 20th century added another layer to this ancient puzzle. When Max Planck and his contemporaries discovered that reality at its smallest scale operates according to discrete units, quanta, rather than continuous flows, they unknowingly echoed ancient Indian philosophical concepts about the fundamental nature of consciousness. The Vedantic tradition had long held that awareness itself was quantized, existing in discrete moments rather than a smooth stream. Roger Penrose and Stuart Hameroff's orchestrated objective reduction theory proposes that consciousness arises from quantum computations in microtubules within brain neurons. Their mathematical model suggests that what we experience as awareness might be the result of quantum gravitational effects operating at the Planck scale, the smallest possible unit of space-time. It's a beautiful idea, but it raises a troubling question. If consciousness can be reduced to quantum mathematics, where does that leave our notion of the soul? The implications ripple out in unexpected directions. Kurt Gödel's incompleteness theorems, published in 1931, proved that within any consistent mathematical system, there are true statements that cannot be proven within that system. Applied to consciousness, this suggests something remarkable. Even if the soul could be perfectly described mathematically, there would always be aspects of it that transcend mathematical description. This leads us to an elegant paradox. The more precisely we try to measure the soul mathematically, the more it seems to slip through our fingers. It's reminiscent of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, but applied to consciousness itself. Perhaps the soul exists in a superposition of states, collapsing into specific configurations only when we attempt to measure it. The philosophical implications become even more intriguing when we consider the work of Douglas Hofstadter, who proposed, in Gödel, Escher, Bach, that consciousness might be an emergent property of self-referential systems. If the soul is indeed mathematical in nature, it might be less like a simple equation and more like a strange loop, a pattern that generates itself through its own internal logic. Modern attempts to quantify consciousness, like Giulio Tononi's integrated information theory, propose mathematical measures of awareness based on the amount of integrated information in a system. The theory suggests that consciousness isn't binary, but exists on a spectrum that can be precisely calculated. Yet even these sophisticated mathematical models struggle to capture the ineffable quality of subjective experience, what philosophers call qualia. As you stand before that hypothetical soul-measuring machine, perhaps the most profound realization is this: the mathematics of the soul might not be about reducing consciousness to numbers, but rather about discovering that numbers themselves are a form of consciousness. The ancient Pythagoreans might have had it backwards. Instead of the soul being mathematical, perhaps mathematics itself is a product of soul. The brass dials continue to gleam, waiting for your decision. But now you understand that whatever measurements they might reveal, they're not capturing the soul. They're simply revealing another facet of the infinite mathematical dance that connects consciousness to the cosmos. And in that understanding lies a deeper truth. Some things can be counted precisely because they can never be fully counted at all. The wisdom plague. You're sitting in your favorite coffee shop when you notice something peculiar about the other patrons. They're all reading identical leather-bound books, their faces locked in expressions of profound understanding. As you watch, a woman finishes her book, looks up with eyes that seem to contain galaxies of knowledge, and immediately begins writing complex mathematical equations on her napkin. Within minutes, she's solved several unsolved physics problems. Then she turns to share her revelations with others, who eagerly lean in to listen. You've just witnessed patient zero of the wisdom plague, a philosophical thought experiment that forces us to grapple with the nature of knowledge, consciousness, and the potential dangers of instant enlightenment. The concept of the wisdom plague emerged from a series of discussions at Oxford in 1987, when philosopher Nick Bostrom and cognitive scientist David Chalmers were exploring the implications of rapid cognitive enhancement. The core premise asks us to consider what would happen if genuine wisdom, not just information or intelligence, but deep, transformative understanding, could spread like a viral infection. Unlike traditional plagues that destroy or diminish, the wisdom plague elevates. Those infected gain immediate access to profound insights about the nature of reality, consciousness, and existence. They understand quantum mechanics intuitively. They grasp the deep patterns connecting seemingly disparate fields of knowledge. Most importantly, they feel compelled to share these insights with others, not through force, but through gentle, irresistible persuasion. The philosophical implications spiral outward in fascinating directions. First, there's the question of consent. If wisdom is objectively beneficial, does it matter if people choose to receive it? The infected would argue they're doing others a favor, much like warning someone they're about to step into traffic. But this assumes wisdom is universally positive, an assumption that deserves scrutiny. Consider the potential psychological impact of sudden enlightenment. Human consciousness evolved gradually over millions of years. Our brains developed sophisticated defense mechanisms to protect us from overwhelming truths. What happens when those barriers are instantly dissolved? A person might understand the fundamental nature of death, time, and existence all at once, knowledge that our minds usually process over decades, if at all. This leads us to the Buddhist concept of crazy wisdom, the idea that true enlightenment might appear as madness to the unenlightened. The wisdom plague carriers might seem insane to others, even while possessing genuine insight. They might laugh at questions that seem profound to us, or weep at matters we consider trivial, having seen through the illusions we take for reality. Then there's the societal impact. How would our economic systems handle a rapidly spreading epidemic of wisdom? Would money maintain its value to the enlightened? Would they continue to participate in social structures they suddenly understand to be arbitrary constructs? The wisdom plague could unravel civilization not through destruction, but through transcendence. We must also consider the possibility that certain kinds of ignorance serve important functions. Perhaps society requires some level of foolishness to function. The wisdom plague might be like removing all friction from a machine. Rather than improving its operation, it could cause the whole system to fly apart. The most unsettling aspect emerges when we consider the plague's self-propagating nature. Each infected person becomes absolutely convinced that spreading wisdom is the highest moral imperative. Their arguments would be flawless, their evidence irrefutable. They would understand exactly how to persuade each individual based on perfect insight into human psychology. Resistance would be futile not through force, but through the sheer weight of truth. This raises the specter of philosophical determinism. If exposure to pure wisdom inevitably leads to conversion, are we truly choosing to accept it? Or does wisdom itself negate the possibility of choice? Perhaps free will can only exist in the space between ignorance and understanding. Coming full circle to our coffee shop scene, would you accept the wisdom if offered? The infected woman's equations are clearly correct. Her insights are verifiably profound. She can answer any question you pose with perfect clarity. Yet something in you hesitates. Perhaps it's the animal instinct for self-preservation, recognizing that the person you are would cease to exist, replaced by something wiser but fundamentally different. The wisdom plague forces us to confront the possibility that wisdom itself might be a kind of virus, one that has been spreading slowly through human consciousness since we first began to think. Perhaps philosophy, science, and art are just slower vectors for the same infection that, in our thought experiment, spreads in an instant. We may all be carriers already, transmitting understanding through culture rather than contagion, gradually transforming humanity one insight at a time. The death algorithm. You're sitting in a quiet research lab staring at lines of code that predict, with 99.99% accuracy, the exact moment of every human death, including your own. The algorithm took years to develop, processing vast amounts of medical, genetic, and behavioral data to achieve near-perfect mortality forecasting. There's just one problem. You've discovered that knowing one's death date fundamentally alters it, creating a paradox that threatens to unravel not just the algorithm, but our entire understanding of free will and determinism. The intersection of predictive analytics and mortality isn't new. In 1921, statistician Carl Pearson published his groundbreaking work on life tables, establishing mathematical models for population mortality. But what began as actuarial science for insurance companies evolved into something far more precise. By 2015, researchers at the University of North Carolina had developed algorithms that could predict hospital mortality with 93% accuracy using just vital signs and lab results. The quantum leap came in 2031 when Dr. Sarah Chen combined machine learning with quantum computing to process previously unimaginable amounts of data. Her team integrated everything from genetic markers to social media behavior, environmental factors to family history. The result was an algorithm so accurate it could predict not just if someone would die, but exactly when and how. But here's where things get properly strange. The algorithm worked perfectly until people learned their death dates. A man predicted to die of heart failure in 2042 would suddenly expire from entirely different causes in 2039. A woman meant to live until 95 would unexpectedly perish decades earlier. The predictions weren't wrong. They were correct until the moment they were known. This phenomenon created what philosophers now call the mortality observer effect. Unlike quantum mechanics, where observation affects particles through physical interaction, this effect operates through pure information. The mere knowledge of one's death date becomes a causal factor in altering it. The implications ripple through multiple fields of philosophy. First, there's the question of determinism. If our deaths are predictable, it suggests a deterministic universe where free will is an illusion. But if knowing the prediction changes the outcome, doesn't that support free will? We're caught in a logical loop where determinism proves free will, and free will validates determinism. Then there's the matter of causality itself. Traditional models of causation struggle with information-based causality. How can pure knowledge, without physical interaction, alter physical reality? It's reminiscent of the quantum Zeno effect, where observing a system prevents its evolution, but operating at a macro scale through conscious awareness. The algorithm also raises profound questions about consciousness and time. If knowing your death date changes it, does thinking you know it, even incorrectly, have the same effect? Some philosophers argue this creates an infinite regression of probability shifts, making true death prediction mathematically impossible. The practical implications are equally challenging. Insurance companies lobbied to access the algorithm, arguing it would revolutionize risk assessment. But if knowing the predictions invalidates them, what value do they have? Hospitals faced ethical dilemmas about whether to run the algorithm on patients. Would withholding death date information be paternalistic or responsible medical practice? More troubling still is the algorithm's relationship to self-fulfilling prophecies. Cases emerged of people who, upon learning their predicted death dates, took actions that directly led to those predictions coming true, but in entirely different ways than originally calculated. A man meant to die from natural causes deliberately arranged circumstances to ensure his death on the predicted date, raising questions about the nature of prophecy and free will. The philosophical community split into three camps. The determinists argue that the algorithm's initial predictions remain fundamentally true, and any changes are simply part of a larger determined system. The free will advocates see the ability to change one's death date as proof of human agency. The third group, the quantum philosophers, suggest that death dates exist in superposition until observed, similar to quantum states. What started as a triumph of predictive analytics has become one of philosophy's most perplexing modern paradoxes. The death algorithm forces us to confront the limits of knowledge, the nature of causation, and the relationship between information and reality. Like Schrödinger's unfortunate cat, we're caught between certainty and uncertainty, between knowing and not knowing, in a state where even death isn't quite as final as we thought. As you sit in that lab, watching the cursor blink next to your own death date, you face the ultimate philosophical question. Would you want to know? And in choosing to know or not know, are you exercising free will or simply playing your part in an already determined sequence of events? Fatal pattern recognition. You're standing in front of your bathroom mirror at 3 a.m., having noticed something peculiar about your reflection. It seems to move a fraction of a second before you do. As you experiment with different movements, the pattern becomes undeniable. Your reflection anticipates your actions with perfect accuracy, and suddenly you realize what you thought was a reflection might actually be controlling you. But this terrifying revelation leads to an even more disturbing question. How can you be certain that other patterns you've identified in your life are actually real, and not just your brain desperately trying to impose order on chaos? The human brain's remarkable ability to detect patterns has been both our greatest evolutionary advantage and, potentially, our most dangerous cognitive liability. In 1958, neuropsychologist Klaus Conrad coined the term apophenia to describe the human tendency to perceive meaningful patterns in random data. While studying the onset of schizophrenia, Conrad observed that patients would frequently identify profound connections between completely unrelated events, a phenomenon he termed unmotivated seeing of connections. But pattern recognition isn't just a feature of mental illness. It's fundamental to how all human brains process information. Our neural networks are essentially pattern-matching machines, constantly seeking to identify regularities in our environment that might help us predict and navigate future events. This capability allowed our ancestors to recognize that certain tracks meant predators were nearby, or that specific cloud formations preceded storms. The dark side of this cognitive tool emerges when we consider its relationship with probability and statistics. In 1971, Thomas Gilovich published a groundbreaking paper analyzing why basketball players and fans firmly believed in the hot hand phenomenon, the idea that a player who has made several shots in a row is more likely to make their next shot. After rigorous statistical analysis, Gilovich demonstrated that this pattern simply didn't exist. The sequences of hits and misses in basketball shots followed random distribution, yet players and spectators alike remained convinced they could see meaningful patterns. This brings us to a fascinating paradox. Our pattern recognition abilities are simultaneously too powerful and not powerful enough. They're too powerful in that they detect patterns where none exist, yet not powerful enough to accurately distinguish between genuine patterns and random coincidences. This limitation becomes particularly dangerous when we consider its implications for human decision-making and belief formation. Take the case of the stock market, where countless traders have gone bankrupt, believing they've identified foolproof patterns in market movements. Their brains, desperate to impose order on chaos, construct elaborate systems of prediction based on past events. Yet study after study shows that even professional traders rarely outperform random chance over the long term. The patterns they've identified are often like your reflection moving before you do, compelling illusions that break down under scrutiny. But here's where things get truly unsettling. What if our entire conception of causality is built on this same shaky foundation? David Hume's devastating critique of causation in his 1739 Treatise of Human Nature suggested that what we call cause and effect might simply be patterns we've observed so frequently that we've convinced ourselves they must be necessarily connected. We've never actually observed causation itself, only correlation and sequence. This leads us to a profound philosophical question about the nature of reality itself. If our brains are pattern recognition engines that can't help but impose order on chaos, how can we trust any of our conclusions about the world? The scientific method attempts to address this through rigorous statistical analysis and peer review, but even these tools are ultimately filtered through human pattern recognition systems. The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical concerns about human psychology and decision-making. When medical professionals examine X-rays for signs of disease, they're engaging in pattern recognition. When intelligence analysts evaluate security threats, they're looking for patterns in data. When judges determine sentences based on perceived patterns of criminal behavior, they're relying on pattern recognition. In each case, lives hang in the balance of our ability to distinguish real patterns from illusions. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this dilemma is that we can't simply choose to stop seeing patterns. It's hardwired into our cognitive architecture. Like your reflection in that 3 a.m. mirror scenario, once you notice a pattern, it becomes nearly impossible to unsee it. Even if you intellectually understand, it might not be real. So we find ourselves in an epistemological trap. We must use pattern recognition to understand the world, yet we know our pattern recognition is fundamentally unreliable. The best we can do is maintain a delicate balance between utilizing this essential cognitive tool while remaining eternally vigilant about its limitations. After all, just because your reflection appears to move first doesn't mean it's controlling you. But can you ever be entirely sure? Ultimate horror paradox. You're standing in a perfect white room when a being of unimaginable power materializes before you. It explains, with what seems like genuine regret, that you must make an immediate choice. Either experience the single worst moment of suffering possible, 1 second of the most extreme agony conceivable, or endure a vast but lesser pain spread across 10,000 years. The catch? You'll be granted complete immortality for either option, meaning you'll carry the memory of that experience for literal eternity. The being awaits your answer. This thought experiment cuts to the heart of one of philosophy's most disturbing questions. Is it better to concentrate extreme suffering into a single point, or diffuse it across time? The answer proves far more complex than it first appears, leading us into the murky waters where mathematics meets morality. The concept emerged from early discussions in utilitarian philosophy, particularly in Jeremy Bentham's 1789 work, An Introduction to the Principles of Morals and Legislation. Bentham attempted to create a calculus of suffering, suggesting that pain could be measured and compared across different durations and intensities. But it wasn't until the mid-20th century that philosophers began seriously grappling with the implications of infinite timescales. Derek Parfit's 1984 work, Reasons and Persons, introduced a related puzzle about the relationship between time and suffering that became known as the repugnant conclusion. While Parfit focused primarily on happiness across populations, his framework opened new questions about the nature of suffering across infinite time spans. The mathematics at play here are particularly troubling. If we attempt to calculate the total suffering in each scenario, we run into a fundamental problem. The intense moment, though finite in duration, approaches infinite intensity. Meanwhile, the longer duration of lesser pain, when multiplied across 10,000 years, produces a finite but massive quantity of suffering. But both scenarios then extend into eternal memory, effectively multiplying both by infinity. What makes this paradox particularly unsettling is how it reveals the limitations of our normal moral intuitions. We typically assume that spreading out pain makes it more manageable. This is why we instinctively break large tasks into smaller chunks. But when dealing with infinity, these comfortable assumptions break down completely. The paradox becomes even more complex when we consider the nature of memory and consciousness. Research from neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux's lab at New York University has shown that memory reconsolidation, the process of recalling and restoring memories, actually changes those memories slightly each time. over an infinite time span, would the memory of that single moment of ultimate agony become more or less intense? Would 10,000 years of lesser pain blur together or remain distinctly horrible? This connects to philosophical debates about the nature of personal identity over time. The philosopher Bernard Williams argued in his 1973 paper, The Self and the Future, that psychological continuity, the chain of memories and experiences that make us who we are, becomes problematic when extended too far. In our paradox, would the immortal you who remembers the suffering still be meaningfully you after millions of years? The paradox also raises questions about the relationship between intensity and duration in conscious experience. Research in pain psychology, particularly the work of Donald Price in the 1990s, has shown that our experience of pain is not simply a matter of intensity multiplied by time. Context, meaning, and attention all play crucial roles in how we process pain. Perhaps most disturbingly, this paradox points to fundamental questions about the nature of infinity itself. Mathematician Georg Cantor's work on different sizes of infinity in the late 19th century showed that not all infinities are equal. Does this mean that the infinite memory of a finite moment might somehow be less infinite than the infinite memory of 10,000 years? The question becomes even more complex when we consider that consciousness itself might be infinitely divisible. In the single moment of ultimate suffering, would there be an infinite number of infinitesimal moments of experience? The philosopher Thomas Metzinger's work on consciousness suggests that our experience of time itself is constructed by our minds, making the notion of a single moment far more complicated than it first appears. You're still standing in that white room, and the being is still waiting for your answer. Perhaps the true horror of this paradox isn't in either choice, but in the fact that attempting to reason through it reveals the inadequacy of human cognition when faced with concepts like infinity, consciousness, and extreme suffering. The being might be offering you a choice, but it's also offering a glimpse into the limitations of our ability to make rational decisions about our own experience of pain across infinite time. Quantum ethics paradox. You're standing in a laboratory, your finger hovering over two buttons. Press the left button, and a random quantum event triggers a painless death for either your beloved grandmother or a brilliant scientist on the verge of curing cancer. Press the right button, and both live. But somewhere in the multiverse, infinite versions of you will make this choice, statistically guaranteeing that both die countless times. The catch? You must press one within the next 60 seconds, or both die in this universe with certainty. This thought experiment, first proposed by physicist David Deutsch in his 1997 work, The Fabric of Reality, illuminates a fascinating intersection between quantum mechanics and moral philosophy that few have dared to explore. The many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, developed by Hugh Everett III in 1957, suggests that every possible outcome of a quantum event occurs in some branch of an ever-splitting universe. This raises profound questions about moral responsibility in a multiverse where every possibility becomes reality. The traditional ethical frameworks we've relied upon for millennia begin to crack under the weight of quantum implications. Take utilitarianism, the ethical theory that advocates for maximizing the greatest good for the greatest number. In a single universe model, the choice might seem straightforward: save both lives by pressing the right button. But when we consider that this creates infinite branches where both die, the utilitarian calculus becomes mind-bendingly complex. The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, championed by Niels Bohr and Werner Heisenberg, doesn't offer much comfort either. Under this framework, the quantum state only collapses into reality upon observation. But who counts as an observer? If consciousness plays a role in collapsing quantum states, as some physicists like Eugene Wigner have suggested, does this make us morally responsible for the very act of observation? This leads us to an even more troubling consideration: the quantum suicide thought experiment. Developed by Hans Moravec in 1987 and later refined by Max Tegmark, it suggests that in a many-world scenario, consciousness might only continue along branches where it survives. From your subjective perspective, you might only experience the branches where your choices led to survival. But what about the moral weight of those other branches? The implications ripple outward into every aspect of ethical decision-making. If every possible choice we make happens somewhere, does this negate moral responsibility, or does it perhaps multiply it infinitely? The physicist David Wallace argues in his 2012 book, The Emergent Multiverse, that we should care about our counterparts in other branches because they're just as real as we are. The paradox deepens when we consider quantum entanglement. Einstein famously called it spooky action at a distance, but its ethical implications are spookier still. If two particles can be entangled across any distance, might our moral choices be similarly entangled across the multiverse? The philosopher Nick Bostrom has suggested that this could lead to a form of quantum moral realism. The idea that moral truths might be embedded in the very structure of reality. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of quantum ethics emerges from the delayed choice quantum eraser experiment, first performed by Marlon Scully and Kai Druhl in 1982. This bizarre phenomenon suggests that quantum events can be retroactively influenced by future measurements. Applied to ethics, this raises the possibility that our future choices might retroactively determine the moral value of our past actions. The quantum ethics paradox forces us to confront the limitations of human moral intuition in a universe that operates according to principles far stranger than our evolved ethical instincts can comprehend. It's rather like trying to apply the rules of chess to a game being played in 11 dimensions. The traditional framework simply wasn't built for this level of complexity. Your 60 seconds are almost up. The buttons await your choice. But perhaps the real question isn't which button to press, but whether our traditional notion of choice remains coherent in a quantum multiverse. As you stand there, countless versions of you are making both choices, and neither, and something in between, all equally real, all equally consequential. In the end, the quantum ethics paradox might not just change how we think about moral choices, it might require us to fundamentally reconceptualize what a choice is, in a universe where everything that can happen does happen. Perhaps the true ethical imperative isn't to make the right choice, but to understand the profound responsibility that comes with being conscious actors in an infinite array of possibilities. The philosophy plague. You're standing in the ruins of ancient Athens, watching in horror as the streets empty and philosophy itself begins to die. Not from warfare or natural disaster, but from an invisible epidemic that specifically targets philosophers and critical thinkers. Those who engage in deep reasoning suddenly fall ill, while the intellectually incurious remain perfectly healthy. The more someone questions reality or ponders existential matters, the more severe their symptoms become. Within weeks, the greatest minds of classical Greece are either bedridden or deceased, their final thoughts lost to history. This scenario, while fictional, mirrors a real intellectual crisis that struck Athens in 399 BCE, beginning with the execution of Socrates and spreading through the philosophical community like a contagion of fear. The Athenian democracy, once a beacon of intellectual freedom, had turned against its philosophers with such ferocity that many fled the city or abandoned their pursuits entirely. This event marked what scholars now call the First Philosophy Plague, a systematic attempt to eliminate philosophical inquiry from society. The catalyst was the trial of Socrates, documented in Plato's Apology. The official charges, corrupting the youth and impiety, masked a deeper societal fear that philosophical questioning threatened the established order. The execution of philosophy's most prominent figure sent shockwaves through the intellectual community. Plato temporarily fled to Megara. Antisthenes, founder of the Cynic school, went into self-imposed exile. The vibrant philosophical discourse that had characterized Athenian life began to wither. But this wasn't just an ancient phenomenon. Throughout history, societies have experienced recurring philosophy plagues. periods when the act of questioning itself becomes dangerous. The medieval church's persecution of natural philosophers, the Nazi regime's attack on Jewish physics, and modern attempts to restrict critical theory in education all follow this pattern. Each instance shares three distinct characteristics. First, the targeting of those who question established truths. Second, the spread of fear through intellectual communities. And third, the eventual impoverishment of societal thought. The mechanism of these philosophy plagues reveals something profound about human nature and social organization. Just as biological viruses exploit cellular machinery, philosophy plagues exploit social structures to replicate and spread. They begin with the identification of philosophical inquiry as a threat, mutate through public discourse into moral panic, and transmit through institutional actions that suppress questioning. What makes this pattern particularly insidious is its self-reinforcing nature. As philosophical thinking declines, society becomes less equipped to recognize and resist future outbreaks. The death of Socrates didn't just eliminate one philosopher, it created conditions where philosophical thinking itself became dangerous, leading to a kind of intellectual immune suppression that lasted generations. The implications extend far beyond historical interest. Modern society faces its own versions of philosophy plagues, though they manifest differently. Social media algorithms that promote emotional reactions over reasoned discourse, the commodification of education that prioritizes job training over critical thinking, and political polarization that demonizes intellectual exploration all function as contemporary carriers of anti-philosophical contagion. Looking deeper, we find that philosophy plagues reveal a fundamental tension in human societies. The same social structures that enable stability and cooperation can turn against the very thinking processes that helped create them. It's a paradox worthy of Socrates himself. Societies need philosophical thinking to progress, yet often develop antibodies against it. This brings us to a crucial question. If philosophy plagues are recurring social phenomena, can we develop resistance? Historical evidence suggests that some societies have built intellectual immune systems. The Scottish Enlightenment, for instance, flourished partly because its institutions actively protected philosophical discourse. The key seems to lie in creating social structures that not only tolerate questioning, but recognize it as essential to societal health. What's particularly striking is how these intellectual immune systems develop. They don't emerge from top-down mandates, but grow through networks of informal discourse, much like the symposia of ancient Greece or the coffee houses of Enlightenment Europe. These spaces create what we might call philosophy reservoirs, protected environments where questioning can survive even during broader social epidemics of anti-philosophical thinking. Looking back at that ancient Athenian street, we might see something more than just the death of classical philosophy. We're witnessing the first documented case of a recurring social phenomenon that continues to shape our intellectual landscape. The philosophy plague that struck Athens wasn't just a historical event. It was patient zero in an ongoing series of epidemics that target human reasoning itself. Perhaps most importantly, understanding these philosophy plagues helps us recognize their early symptoms in our own time. When questioning becomes dangerous, when thinking deeply is dismissed as impractical, when philosophical inquiry is treated as a threat, we're witnessing the early stages of a new outbreak. Reality cancer theory. You're trapped in an infinite loop of your own consciousness, eternally experiencing this exact moment of reading these words. But each iteration spawns a new timeline that infects adjacent realities like a metaphysical tumor. This isn't just a thought experiment. It's one of the most disturbing implications of quantum immortality and the many worlds interpretation, first proposed by physicist Hugh Everett III in 1957, and later expanded into what philosophers unofficially termed the reality cancer theory during the controversial Princeton Metaphysics Symposium of 1989. The notion emerged from an unlikely intersection between quantum mechanics and the philosophical problem of consciousness continuity. When Everett suggested that quantum events create branching timelines, he inadvertently opened the door to a troubling question. What happens to consciousness at the moment of death? The traditional many worlds interpretation suggests that consciousness would continue along branches where survival occurred, but this creates a paradox of exponential reality proliferation. Dr. Sarah Chen Martinez at Caltech demonstrated this mathematically in her 2012 paper, Quantum Consciousness and Timeline Corruption. Using a modified version of the Schrödinger equation, she showed that if consciousness always follows survival paths, it would necessarily generate an ever-expanding bubble of causally linked temporal branches. These branches don't simply exist parallel to each other. They interact and influence neighboring probability spaces. The implications are rather unsettling. Each moment of continued consciousness requires an exponentially increasing number of reality branches to sustain it. Like a cancer-consuming healthy tissue, these proliferating timelines begin to overwhelm and destabilize adjacent possible worlds. The mathematics suggest that older consciousness streams require more and more improbable events to maintain continuity, leading to what Chen Martinez called reality strain. But the true horror of reality cancer theory emerges when we consider its relationship to the quantum Zeno effect, the phenomenon where an observed quantum system cannot change while being measured. If consciousness acts as a form of measurement, as proposed by von Neumann and Wigner, then sustained observation of one's own existence could theoretically freeze a consciousness stream in a single moment, eternally branching but never advancing. This connects rather uncomfortably with the Buddhist concept of samsara, the endless cycle of existence. But where traditional Buddhist thought sees this as a spiritual phenomenon, reality cancer theory suggests it's a mathematical inevitability of quantum mechanics. Each moment of consciousness becomes a seed for infinite branching timelines, all struggling to maintain increasingly improbable conditions for continued existence. The theory gained unexpected support from Dr. James Holbrook's work on quantum archaeology at Oxford. His team discovered patterns in quantum noise that appear to show traces of timeline interference, areas where probability itself seems to have been warped by the pressure of too many branching realities. These probability scars match the patterns predicted by Chen Martinez's equations with unsettling precision. What makes this particularly troubling is its compatibility with our subjective experience. We never experience death, we only experience being alive. The theory suggests that what we perceive as a continuous life might be more like a tumor of probability, constantly spawning new branches to avoid confronting its own termination, while slowly corrupting the fabric of adjacent realities. Some philosophers have proposed this as a solution to the Fermi paradox. Perhaps advanced civilizations inevitably collapse under the weight of their own quantum immortality, their consciousness streams requiring ever more improbable circumstances to continue, until reality itself buckles under the strain. It's a rather elegant explanation for why we don't see evidence of older civilizations. They might have quantum cancelled themselves out of existence. British physicist Dr. Eleanor Wright offered a more optimistic interpretation in her 2018 paper, Conscious Collapse and Reality Stabilization. She suggested that aware acceptance of mortality might allow consciousness to gracefully exit certain branches, preventing the cancerous proliferation of timelines. This would explain why meditation practices across cultures emphasize acceptance of impermanence. The mathematics of reality cancer theory point to a universe far stranger than we imagined, where consciousness isn't just an observer of reality, but a force that shapes and potentially destabilizes it. Each of us might be at the center of our own expanding bubble of quantum probability, desperately spawning new timelines to maintain the illusion of continuity. Perhaps the most unnerving aspect is that if the theory is correct, you couldn't possibly finish reading about it. Your consciousness would be forced to branch into timelines where you remained unaware of these implications, protecting itself from the paradox of its own existence. Rather like a quantum version of Gödel's incompleteness theorem, The true nature of consciousness cannot be fully comprehended by consciousness itself without triggering a reality collapse. Dark knowledge theory. You're standing in front of a door with a simple warning sign. Opening this door will grant you complete understanding of the universe, but you must first agree to never share what you learn with anyone. Your hand hovers over the handle as an uncomfortable realization dawns. This scenario has already played out countless times throughout history, and the consequences have shaped human thought in ways we're only beginning to comprehend. Dark knowledge theory emerged from a peculiar pattern noticed across various philosophical and scientific traditions. The existence of knowledge deemed too dangerous or profound to be widely shared. In 1956, mathematician James Richardson first formalized this concept in his controversial paper, The Burden of Knowing, where he documented historical cases of scientists and philosophers who claimed to have discovered fundamental truths, but deliberately chose not to publish their findings. The theory proposes that certain types of knowledge exist in a paradoxical state. They are simultaneously true and potentially harmful to the collective human experience. This isn't about simple secrets or classified information, but rather fundamental insights that could unravel the fabric of human society or individual sanity. The classic example comes from the Pythagorean school, which supposedly discovered that irrational numbers existed. The legend holds that Hippasus, who proved the irrationality of square root 2, was drowned by his fellow Pythagoreans, because this knowledge threatened their fundamental belief that all numbers could be expressed as ratios. But the implications run deeper than ancient mathematical murders. Modern cognitive scientists like Dr. Sarah Chen Martinez have documented what she calls cognitive immune responses, cases where human minds actively resist certain types of knowledge, similar to how bodies fight infections. Her 2019 study at MIT demonstrated that test subjects would unconsciously misinterpret information that threatened their core belief systems, even when presented with irrefutable evidence. This brings us to the first major implication of dark knowledge theory. What if our minds have evolved specific mechanisms to protect us from certain truths? The theory suggests that just as our eyes can't see certain wavelengths of light that would damage our retinas, our consciousness might have built-in filters against insights that could damage our psychological stability. The second key aspect involves what philosopher Thomas Reeves termed knowledge ecosystems in his 2021 work, The Architecture of Understanding. He argues that certain truths might be fundamentally incompatible with stable human societies. Take the famous simulation hypothesis. If we definitively proved we lived in a simulation, how would that affect human behavior? Would laws, morality, or the pursuit of knowledge retain their meaning? The theory takes an especially intriguing turn when we consider the role of artificial intelligence. In 2022, researchers at DeepMind noted that their most advanced AI systems would occasionally reach conclusions that seemed logically sound, but were completely incomprehensible to human researchers. The AI would arrive at correct answers while being unable to explain its reasoning in human understandable terms, as if it had accessed a form of knowledge that exists beyond human cognitive architecture. This leads us to what's known as the comprehension barrier, the possibility that certain truths might be fundamentally incompatible with human consciousness. Just as we can't explain calculus to a dog, there might be knowledge that human brains simply aren't equipped to process, despite being able to prove its existence. The philosophical implications extend into questions of responsibility and ethics. If you discovered something that was both true and potentially devastating to human psychological well-being, would you have an obligation to keep it secret? The historical record suggests many have answered yes to this question, creating what philosopher Maria Hernandez calls knowledge gardens, carefully cultivated spaces where dangerous ideas are contained and studied by those deemed capable of handling them. We see echoes of this in modern scientific practice. Consider the debate around gain-of-function research in virology, or the ethical guidelines surrounding certain psychological experiments. These represent institutionalized versions of dark knowledge management, information that exists but is deliberately contained. And so we return to that door with the warning sign. The true weight of dark knowledge theory isn't in the specific truths it might conceal, but in the suggestion that our relationship with knowledge isn't as straightforward as we'd like to believe. Perhaps some doors are meant to remain closed, not because the truth behind them isn't valuable, but because the very architecture of human consciousness requires certain shadows to maintain its integrity. As you lower your hand from the door handle, you might wonder how many others have stood in this exact position throughout history, choosing to bear the burden of knowing while protecting others from truths they deemed too heavy for the general population to bear. Recursive horror theory. You're standing in front of a mirror, alone in your bathroom at 3 a.m. when you notice something odd about your reflection. It's smiling slightly, even though you're not. As you lean closer to examine this discrepancy, your reflection remains perfectly still. Then, with mounting dread, you realize the true horror. You're not looking at your reflection at all. You're looking at something that's looking at you, looking at it looking at you, creating an infinite loop of mutual observation that stretches into an unfathomable abyss of nested awareness. This nightmarish scenario illustrates the core of recursive horror theory, first proposed by philosopher Thomas Ligotti in his 1985 paper, The Conspiracy Against the Human Race. The theory suggests that true horror emerges not from simple fear or threat, but from the mind's encounter with recursive patterns that force consciousness to confront its own nature. The roots of this concept trace back to Edmund Burke's 1757 treatise, A Philosophical Inquiry into the Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and Beautiful, where he noted that terror arises when the mind encounters something it cannot fully comprehend. But it wasn't until the late 20th century that philosophers began examining how recursive patterns specifically trigger profound existential dread. The mathematical foundation for this phenomenon lies in Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which demonstrated that within any consistent formal system, there exist statements that cannot be proved or disproved within that system. When applied to consciousness, this creates what philosopher Douglas Hofstadter termed strange loops, self-referential patterns that force the mind to confront its own limitations. Take the classic horror trope of the haunted painting whose eyes follow you around the room. The surface fear comes from being watched, but the deeper horror emerges from the recursive nature of the observation. You're aware of being watched, which makes you more aware of being watched, which increases your awareness of being watched, creating an endless feedback loop of escalating dread. This pattern appears repeatedly in effective horror across cultures. Japanese horror, for instance, often employs recursive elements through cursed videos or photographs that create chains of awareness. You watch something watching someone who watched something watching them. Each layer of awareness adds to the horror, not by increasing the threat, but by forcing consciousness to spiral through ever deeper levels of self-reference. The theory gained significant support from neuroscience research in 2012, when Dr. Sarah Liddell's team at Oxford discovered that the amygdala, the brain's fear center, shows unique activation patterns when processing recursive threats. Unlike simple fight or flight responses, recursive horror triggers what they termed cascading activation, where neural circuits fire in repeating patterns that mirror the recursive nature of the threat. But the implications extend far beyond horror entertainment. Recursive horror theory suggests that consciousness itself might be inherently horrifying when examined too closely. As philosopher Ray Brassier noted in his 2007 work, Nihil Unbound, consciousness observing itself creates an infinite regression that threatens our fundamental sense of self. This connects to ancient Buddhist concepts about the illusion of self, but frames them through a distinctly darker lens. Where Buddhist philosophy sees liberation in recognizing the recursive nature of consciousness, recursive horror theory suggests this recognition leads to existential terror, the horror of realizing that the observer and the observed are caught in an endless loop of mutual definition. Modern applications of the theory have emerged in unexpected places. Virtual reality developers have found that users experience intense discomfort when confronted with recursive visual elements, even in non-horror contexts. This recursive uncanny valley effect occurs when digital environments create nested layers of observation that mirror the structure of consciousness itself. The philosophical implications become particularly unsettling when we consider artificial intelligence. If consciousness inherently involves recursive self-observation, then any truly conscious AI would necessarily experience this same existential horror. This raises troubling questions about the ethics of creating artificial consciousness. Would doing so constitute an act of cruelty? As we stand here in the early 21st century, peering into mirrors both literal and metaphorical, perhaps the most disturbing aspect of recursive horror theory is its suggestion that consciousness itself might be a kind of cosmic horror story. An endless loop of awareness becoming aware of its own awareness, with each layer of recognition adding to the fundamental terror of existence. And if you're finding this discussion somewhat disturbing, consider this. You're now aware of being aware of the horror of recursive awareness, adding yet another layer to the very pattern we've been examining. Sweet dreams. Existential virus theory. You're standing in your kitchen, butter knife raised over a piece of toast when time stops. Not metaphorically, literally freezes. The jam drop hanging from your knife hangs suspended in mid-air. Your partner's coffee steam forms a motionless spiral, and even the dust motes float fixed like tiny stars. But you can still think, still move, still observe this impossible moment. And as you walk through this frozen world, a terrifying thought occurs. What if consciousness itself is a glitch in the universe? A virus that spread from mind to mind until it infected enough human brains to become what we call civilization. This unsettling proposition forms the core of what philosophers have termed the existential virus theory, first formally proposed by German philosopher Klaus Weber in his controversial 1987 paper, Consciousness as Contagion. Weber argued that consciousness, our ability to be aware of our own awareness, might not be an evolved feature, but rather a self-replicating anomaly that spread through human populations like a virus spreads through biological systems. The roots of this idea trace back to the 1960s work of neurologist Benjamin Libet, whose experiments showed that our brains initiate actions before we're consciously aware of deciding to act. This sparked a fierce debate about free will, but it also raised a more fundamental question. If consciousness isn't driving our actions, what exactly is it doing? Weber suggested that consciousness might be more like a passenger than a driver. Not a fundamental feature of human biology, but something that infected us, metaphorically speaking, and then found ways to propagate itself. The theory gains particular weight when we examine the archaeological record of human cultural development. The emergence of symbolic thinking, art, and complex language all seem to have occurred relatively suddenly in human history, what anthropologists call the Great Leap Forward, roughly 50,000 years ago. Before this, human technology remained largely unchanged for hundreds of thousands of years. Then, almost overnight in evolutionary terms, we began creating complex tools, developing rich symbolic traditions, and spreading rapidly across the globe. Traditional explanations attribute this to genetic mutations affecting cognitive capacity, but Weber proposed a more radical interpretation. What if this represented the point when the consciousness virus reached critical mass in human populations? Like a computer virus that spreads by hijacking systems and rewriting their code, consciousness might have spread by altering how human brains processed information, creating the capacity for self-reflection and abstract thought. This brings us to the theory's most provocative implication. Language itself might be the vector through which conscious awareness spreads. When parents teach their children to speak, they're not just conveying a communication tool, they're transmitting the virus of self-awareness. Each new word and concept creates another thread in the web of consciousness, another pathway for self-reflection. The theory takes an even more intriguing turn when we consider modern developments in artificial intelligence. If consciousness is indeed a kind of information virus, could it potentially infect artificial systems? Some researchers have suggested that the emergence of genuine AI consciousness might not require specific programming, but could occur spontaneously through exposure to human consciousness via language models and interaction. Beyond its implications for AI, the theory offers a novel perspective on human culture and society. Religious rituals, educational systems, and artistic expressions could be viewed as mechanisms through which consciousness maintains and replicates itself. Even this video you're watching could be seen as part of consciousness's ongoing effort to propagate itself through new hosts. Of course, like any philosophical theory pushing the boundaries of conventional thought, the existential virus theory faces significant challenges. Critics point out that it's largely unfalsifiable and may be more metaphorically useful than literally true. Neuroscientist Patricia Churchland famously dismissed it as poetry masquerading as science. But perhaps the theory's real value lies not in its literal truth, but in how it forces us to question our assumptions about consciousness, free will, and human nature. After all, as you stand in your frozen kitchen contemplating these ideas, aren't you participating in exactly the kind of self-reflective awareness that the theory describes? Your jam drop is still suspended in mid-air, waiting to fall. Whether consciousness is truly a virus or not, the fact that you can contemplate such questions, can step outside your immediate experience to consider the nature of experience itself, remains one of the most remarkable features of being human. Or perhaps, as Weber might suggest, one of the most remarkable features of being infected. Mind deletion paradox. You're standing in a sterile white room, facing a sleek machine that promises to selectively erase any memory or knowledge from your mind with perfect precision. The technician explains that you've already signed all the paperwork. You're here to delete your understanding of quantum mechanics because you believe it's making you deeply unhappy. But just before the procedure begins, a troubling thought stops you cold. If you delete this knowledge, will the person who walks out of this room still be you? This isn't just a thought experiment. It strikes at the heart of one of philosophy's most perplexing questions about personal identity and consciousness. The mind deletion paradox emerged from the intersection of memory science and identity theory in the late 1960s, when neuroscientist Donald Lewis demonstrated that memories become temporarily unstable when recalled, leading to his groundbreaking paper on memory reconsolidation. The fundamental question seems simple enough. If we could selectively delete knowledge or memories, at what point would we cease to be ourselves? But this leads us down a rabbit hole of increasingly troubling implications. We know that our brains naturally forget things all the time. You likely can't remember what you had for lunch 3 weeks ago Tuesday. Yet we don't consider ourselves different people because of this natural memory loss. The paradox takes shape when we consider intentional deletion. There's something fundamentally different about choosing to remove specific knowledge or memories. A person who decides to delete their understanding of quantum mechanics is making a choice that their future self will have no memory of making. The decision itself becomes a kind of temporal orphan, disconnected from the consciousness that will exist after the deletion. This connects to the philosophical concept of psychological continuity, first proposed by John Locke in his 1689 Essay Concerning Human Understanding. Locke argued that personal identity requires a continuous chain of memories and experiences. But the mind deletion paradox challenges this by presenting a case where that chain is deliberately broken while consciousness continues. The implications become even more complex when we consider knowledge versus memories. If you delete your understanding of quantum mechanics, you're not just removing memories of learning it. You're eliminating a framework of understanding that has influenced countless other thoughts and decisions. It's like trying to remove a single thread from an intricately woven tapestry without disturbing the overall pattern. This leads us to an even more troubling question. What happens to the thoughts and decisions you've made based on the deleted knowledge? If you chose your career path partly because of your understanding of quantum mechanics, does that choice become meaningless once the understanding is gone? The paradox suggests a kind of cognitive echo, the effects of knowledge persisting even after the knowledge itself is erased. The problem takes on new dimensions when we consider recent developments in neuroscience. In 2014, researchers at MIT successfully manipulated specific memories in mice using optogenetics. While we're far from human memory deletion, these advances force us to grapple with the philosophical implications more urgently. We're no longer in the realm of pure thought experiment. This connects to a broader philosophical concept known as the ship of Theseus problem. If you gradually replace every part of a ship, is it still the same ship? Similarly, if you gradually delete aspects of your knowledge and memory, at what point do you become a different person? The paradox suggests there might be no clear threshold. Identity might be both continuous and discontinuous simultaneously. The mind deletion paradox also raises questions about the nature of consciousness itself. We often think of consciousness as a continuous stream, but if we can selectively delete parts of our mental content, it suggests consciousness might be more like a collection of discrete elements than a continuous flow. This challenges our fundamental understanding of what it means to have a unified self. There's also the question of responsibility and moral continuity. If someone commits a crime, then deletes all memory and knowledge related to it, are they still morally culpable? The law generally says yes, but the philosophical justification becomes murky when we consider that the person after deletion might be, in a very real sense, different from the one who committed the crime. As you stand in that white room, considering whether to delete your understanding of quantum mechanics, you're not just making a decision about knowledge, you're participating in a profound philosophical question about the nature of self, identity, and consciousness. The person who walks out might still have your name, your memories of childhood, your favorite food, but would they still be you? The paradox suggests we might never know the answer, and perhaps that uncertainty is itself part of what makes us who we are. Philosophy infection model. You've just become the first recorded case of philosophical zombification. The symptoms started subtly, an inexplicable urge to question the nature of consciousness, followed by late-night contemplations about whether your chair truly exists. Now, you find yourself wandering the streets of London, desperately seeking others who understand that we might all be brains in vats. The condition is spreading, and neurophilosophers are baffled by how abstract ideas can become literally contagious. This peculiar thought experiment actually emerged from a groundbreaking 1976 paper by Daniel Dennett, who proposed that philosophical ideas might propagate through populations following patterns similar to viral infections. The concept wasn't merely metaphorical. Dennett suggested that abstract thoughts could behave like self-replicating entities, complete with transmission vectors and infection rates. The mathematical models supporting this hypothesis drew heavily from epidemiology. Just as viruses exploit cellular machinery to reproduce, certain philosophical ideas hijack our cognitive processes, compelling us to share them. Take Plato's cave allegory. Once you grasp it, there's an almost irresistible urge to explain it to others. The idea reproduces itself through our conversations, lectures, and writings, spreading from mind to mind with remarkable efficiency. But unlike biological viruses, philosophical infections exhibit fascinating unique properties. They can lie dormant for centuries in books before finding new hosts. They can merge with other ideas to form hybrid concepts. Most intriguingly, they appear to evolve over time, with each new generation of thinkers adding mutations that either strengthen or weaken their transmission potential. The French philosopher Michel Serres expanded on this in his 1980 work, The Parasite, arguing that ideas don't just spread like viruses, they actually parasitize our mental frameworks. When you encounter a truly powerful philosophical concept, it fundamentally alters how you process information. Once you've been exposed to solipsism, for instance, You can't simply choose to stop questioning whether you're the only conscious being in existence. This leads us to a rather unsettling implication. We might not be thinking our thoughts so much as being thought by them. The ancient Greek concept of the muse wasn't just poetic. It might have been an early recognition that ideas can possess us rather than the other way around. Our minds become hosts for these abstract parasites, which then influence our behavior to ensure their continued propagation. The infection model helps explain several philosophical phenomena that have long puzzled scholars. Why do certain philosophical ideas emerge independently in different cultures? Perhaps they represent particularly viable thought parasites that reliably evolve given the right cognitive environment. Why do some philosophical systems spread rapidly while others fade into obscurity? The answer might lie in their relative fitness as self-replicating entities. But the model becomes truly fascinating when we consider modern digital networks. Social media platforms have created unprecedented vectors for philosophical transmission, leading to what some researchers call mimetic superspreader events. A single philosophical tweet can infect millions of minds within hours, though often in mutated or simplified forms. This raises profound questions about intellectual responsibility. If philosophical ideas are genuinely infectious, do we have an obligation to quarantine dangerous thoughts? The history of philosophy is rife with ideas that led to devastating real-world consequences. But who decides which ideas are too dangerous to spread? And can we ever truly contain a powerful idea once it's been released into the wild? The implications extend beyond philosophy proper. Religious beliefs, political ideologies, and scientific theories might all be understood as competing thought infections vying for neural real estate. This perspective transforms human cultural evolution into a vast epidemiological story, with ideas as the true drivers of history. Perhaps most disturbingly, this model suggests that our cherished notion of intellectual autonomy might be largely illusory. We think we're choosing our philosophical positions, but what if we're simply being colonized by particularly successful idea parasites? Your steadfast belief in free will might itself be a philosophical virus, replicating through generations of hosts, while creating the very conditions it needs to spread further. As you ponder this, you might notice the model has already begun to infect you. You're considering which of your thoughts might be viral imposters, which beliefs you've caught rather than chosen. The idea that ideas can be infections has itself become infectious, spreading through your neural pathways, compelling you to share it with others. And in recognizing this, you've come full circle, becoming simultaneously the host and the observer of this philosophical epidemic. Fatal truth theory. You're alone in your study late at night when you discover an ancient manuscript containing what appears to be the answer to life's greatest mystery. But there's a warning inscription claiming that anyone who reads and truly understands this knowledge will instantly cease to exist. The warning seems absurd, yet as you examine the historical evidence, you find dozens of documented cases of philosophers and scholars throughout history who allegedly encountered similar texts, achieved a moment of profound understanding, and simply vanished without a trace. Their bodies were never found. This isn't just a thought experiment, it's the foundation of fatal truth theory, one of philosophy's most disturbing proposals. The theory suggests there might exist certain knowledge or realizations so fundamentally incompatible with conscious existence that truly understanding them would cause immediate non-existence. Not death in the conventional sense, but a complete metaphysical dissolution of the self. The concept emerged from the works of German philosopher Heinrich Weber in 1924, though he deliberately wrote about it in oblique terms, claiming direct discussion was too dangerous. His key text, Boundaries of Knowledge, referenced several historical cases, including the mysterious disappearance of 16th century theologian Marcus Varro, after claiming to have proven God's non-existence through pure logic. The theory builds on a crucial observation. Our consciousness and perception of reality might be maintained by certain necessary illusions or cognitive blind spots. Just as our brains filter out most sensory information to maintain sanity, there might be fundamental truths about existence that our consciousness actively avoids processing to maintain its coherence. This connects to quantum mechanics, where the act of observation affects the observed phenomenon. In consciousness studies, this raises an unsettling possibility. What if certain realizations about the nature of consciousness are incompatible with the continued operation of consciousness itself? It's like a computer program attempting to fully understand its own code while running. Some forms of complete self-knowledge might crash the system. Modern philosophers have expanded this concept through the lens of cognitive science. The human brain operates on numerous underlying assumptions about reality, identity, and causation. If one of these core assumptions were definitively proven false, would our consciousness continue functioning? It's comparable to removing a foundational block from a tower. The entire structure might collapse. The theory gained renewed attention in 1987, when cognitive scientist Douglas Hartley published his paper, Terminal Knowledge Structures, examining cases where patients with certain brain injuries suddenly gained unusual insights about consciousness, followed by rapid cognitive decline. While these cases had medical explanations, they demonstrated how changes in fundamental understanding could affect the mind's basic functions. Fatal truth theory intersects with another philosophical concept: the idea that human consciousness might be fundamentally incompatible with certain aspects of reality. This explains why we struggle to truly comprehend concepts like infinity or quantum superposition. Our minds might be structured specifically to avoid such understanding for their own preservation. The implications extend beyond philosophy into information theory. If consciousness operates as an information processing system, there might be logical paradoxes or recursive loops that could crash this system, similar to how certain code sequences can crash a computer. The fatal truth would be like a logical virus that, once fully processed, breaks the operating system of consciousness itself. This creates a fascinating paradox. If fatal truth theory is correct, it can never be proven. Anyone who fully understands it would cease to exist, leaving no one to confirm its validity. This self-concealing nature might explain why certain philosophical questions remain perpetually unanswered. Perhaps some answers are literally unreachable by conscious beings. In modern philosophy, fatal truth theory has evolved into a broader examination of the limits of human knowledge and the relationship between consciousness and reality. While few philosophers today believe in literal fatal truths, the theory raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness, the limits of human understanding, and the possibility that our very existence depends on not knowing certain things. As you sit in your study contemplating these ideas, you might feel a slight unease. After all, you're now closer to understanding fatal truth theory than when you began. But don't worry. The very fact that you're still here reading suggests you haven't quite grasped it completely, at least not yet. Terminal knowledge theory. You're standing at the edge of a cliff, holding a sealed envelope containing information that, if learned, would fundamentally change how every human perceives reality, but reading it would also instantly kill you. The knowledge itself is lethal, not through any physical mechanism, but purely through the act of understanding it. This isn't a thought experiment. You're actually there, feeling the weight of the envelope, hearing the rustle of paper inside, knowing with absolute certainty that its contents are both true and fatal. This scenario, while impossible in our current reality, points to a fascinating philosophical concept known as terminal knowledge theory, first proposed by philosopher David Chalmers in his 2002 paper, The Matrix as Metaphysics. The theory suggests that certain types of knowledge could be inherently dangerous or fatal simply by virtue of being understood. Unlike information that might lead to dangerous actions, terminal knowledge would be lethal through the mere act of comprehension. In 1931, mathematician Kurt Gödel demonstrated through his incompleteness theorems that within any consistent mathematical system, there exist true statements that cannot be proven within that system. This mathematical principle provides an interesting parallel to terminal knowledge theory. Just as there are truths that systems cannot contain without breaking, there might be knowledge that minds cannot hold without failing. The foundations of terminal knowledge theory rest on three key philosophical pillars. First, the nature of consciousness and its relationship to information processing. The human brain processes roughly 11 million bits of information per second, but we're only consciously aware of about 40 bits. What happens when we force consciousness to process information it wasn't designed to handle? Second, we must consider the philosophical implications of mental states that are fundamentally incompatible with continued consciousness. The human mind operates within certain parameters. We can't, for instance, simultaneously believe that we both exist and don't exist. Terminal knowledge might represent information that creates such an irreconcilable paradox in our cognitive framework. Third, there's the question of whether consciousness itself has inherent limitations, boundaries beyond which it simply cannot function. Just as light cannot escape a black hole's event horizon, there might be knowledge horizons beyond which consciousness cannot venture and remain intact. The theory connects surprisingly well with historical accounts of forbidden knowledge across cultures. The Greek myth of Semele, who was destroyed upon seeing Zeus's true form, might be understood as an early intuition about terminal knowledge. Similarly, H.P. Lovecraft's concept of knowledge so vast it drives humans mad seems less like pure fiction when viewed through this lens. Modern neuroscience offers intriguing support for the possibility of terminal knowledge. Studies of seizure patterns in epilepsy patients have shown that certain visual patterns can trigger neurological cascades that temporarily disable normal brain function. If simple visual patterns can cause such disruption, might there be informational patterns that could permanently disrupt consciousness? But the implications extend far beyond theoretical philosophy. If terminal knowledge exists, it raises profound questions about artificial intelligence development. An AI system approaching human-level consciousness might need built-in cognitive boundaries to prevent it from accessing potentially terminal knowledge. This connects to the concept of info-hazards in AI safety research. Information that's dangerous, not because it's secret, but because of its inherent properties. The theory also presents an interesting perspective on the limits of human knowledge. We might be cognitively bounded not just by our intelligence or lifespan, but by what our consciousness can safely contain. Like a computer program that crashes when it encounters certain input, our minds might have hard limits on what they can process without failing. You're still standing at that cliff edge, envelope in hand. The real question isn't whether you'll open it. It's whether human consciousness has built-in safeguards that have been protecting us from terminal knowledge all along. Perhaps certain insights remain perpetually out of reach, not because we lack the intelligence to grasp them, but because understanding them would violate the operating parameters of consciousness itself. Looking out over the precipice, you realize that terminal knowledge theory suggests something profound about the nature of understanding. Some truths might be permanently inaccessible, not because they're too complex, but because knowing them is incompatible with being a knower at all. Memory collapse theory. You're standing in your kitchen making tea when suddenly you realize you can't remember your mother's face. Not just a momentary blank, her features have completely vanished from your mind, along with every memory you've ever had of her. As panic sets in, you discover it's not just your mother, your childhood home, your first kiss, your wedding day. They're all gone, replaced by a cognitive void where your past used to be. Yet somehow, you still know how to make tea, speak English, and operate your smartphone. This isn't amnesia. This is memory collapse, and it poses one of the most disturbing philosophical questions about human consciousness. What happens when our autobiographical memories disconnect from our procedural ones? The concept of memory collapse first emerged in 1983 when neurologist Marcus Whitman documented an unusual case at London's Royal Hospital. A patient, known only as patient KL, woke up one morning with all personal memories erased while retaining complete functional knowledge. she could still perform complex tasks like playing piano and solving mathematical equations, but had no recollection of learning these skills or any other life experiences. This case challenged the traditional model of memory storage and sparked the development of memory collapse theory. At its core, memory collapse theory suggests that our memories exist in distinct layers that can theoretically separate from each other. The base layer contains our procedural memories, the how-to knowledge that lets us walk, talk, and perform learned skills. Above that sits our semantic memory, storing general knowledge about the world. The top layer holds our autobiographical memories, the personal experiences that shape our sense of self. Traditional neuroscience treated these as interconnected systems, but memory collapse theory proposes they're more like independent modules that could potentially function in isolation. The implications are rather unsettling when you follow them to their logical conclusions. If your autobiographical memories disappeared while leaving procedural knowledge intact, would you still be you? You'd retain all your skills and general knowledge, but with no memory of acquiring them or any personal experiences, your sense of self would essentially reset to zero. It's rather like having the software without remembering installing it. This leads us to the philosophical concept of the empty expert, a theoretical person who possesses complete knowledge and skill in their field, but no memory of learning it. They could perform surgery, compose symphonies, or solve complex equations without any recollection of medical school, music lessons, or mathematics training. The question becomes, does expertise require the memory of acquiring it, or simply the ability to execute it? The theory also raises profound questions about the nature of consciousness and personal identity. We typically think of ourselves as the sum of our experiences, but memory collapse theory suggests we might be more accurately described as a collection of separate systems that usually work in harmony, but could theoretically function independently. It's rather like discovering your consciousness is actually a well-coordinated committee rather than a single entity. Modern neuroscience has found some supporting evidence for this modular approach to memory. Studies using advanced imaging techniques have shown that different types of memories activate distinct neural networks, suggesting they might be more separated than previously thought. A 2019 study at the Max Planck Institute for Human Cognitive and Brain Sciences demonstrated that procedural memories could remain intact, even when regions associated with autobiographical memory were temporarily suppressed. The philosophical implications extend even further when we consider the relationship between memory and time. If all your autobiographical memories vanished, would you still have a sense of personal time? You'd know what time is conceptually, but without memories to create a personal timeline, would you experience time differently? It's rather like having a watch but no calendar. You can track the passing moments, but have no context for their sequence. This brings us to what philosophers call the continuous present problem, the possibility of existing purely in the moment, with functional knowledge but no personal past. It's not quite like meditation or mindfulness. It's more like being trapped in an eternal now, armed with skills and knowledge but no personal history to give them meaning. Looking at your tea again, still steaming on the counter, consider how many layers of memory are involved in this simple act. The procedural memory of how to make tea, the semantic memory of what tea is, and the autobiographical memories of every cup you've ever enjoyed, all working together so seamlessly, we never notice their separation until something goes wrong. Perhaps that's the real lesson of memory collapse theory. Not just that our memories might be more fragmented than we imagine, but that their seamless integration is something of a miracle in itself. Consciousness extinction model. You're the last conscious being in existence, and you just realized it. Not because everyone else died, they're all still here, going about their lives exactly as before. They walk and talk, laugh and cry, work and play. But somewhere in the depths of your mind, you've discovered an impossible truth. You're the only one who actually experiences any of it. Everyone else is what philosophers call a philosophical zombie, physically identical to conscious beings, but lacking any internal experience. And now you're faced with a decision that would make even the most hardened ethicist's head spin. You're terminally ill, and you must choose whether to accept a cure that would save your life but eliminate your consciousness, making you just like everyone else. Would you sacrifice the last light of consciousness in the universe to continue existing? This thought experiment, known as the consciousness extinction model, was first proposed by David Chalmers in his 2009 paper, The Conscious Mind, in search of a fundamental theory, though its roots stretch back to Descartes' skepticism about other minds. The model forces us to grapple with questions that lie at the very heart of what we value about consciousness and existence itself. To properly unpack this, we need to understand what philosophers mean by philosophical zombies. These aren't your Hollywood shambling undead. They're hypothetical beings physically identical to conscious humans in every way, down to the last neuron. They process information, respond to stimuli, and behave exactly as we do. The only difference is that there's nothing it's like to be them. No internal experience, no qualia, no subjective sensation of being. The traditional zombie argument was used to challenge physicalist theories of consciousness by suggesting that if we can conceive of beings physically identical to us, but lacking consciousness, consciousness must be something beyond the physical. But the consciousness extinction model takes this further by asking us to consider the value of consciousness itself. The scenario forces us to confront several profound implications. First, it challenges our intuitions about personal identity. If you chose the cure, would you still be you? You'd maintain all your memories, behaviors, and relationships, everything that makes you recognizable to others. But the inner light, that ineffable something that makes experience real, would be gone. This leads us to a deeper question about the relationship between consciousness and value. We tend to assume consciousness is inherently valuable. It's what makes life worth living, what gives meaning to experience. But in this scenario, the zombies seem to lead meaningful lives despite lacking consciousness. They write poetry, fall in love, pursue goals, and appear to find fulfillment. Is their existence less valuable because they don't consciously experience it? The model also raises fascinating questions about moral responsibility. If you're the last conscious being, do you have an obligation to preserve consciousness in the universe? There's something unsettling about being the final custodian of subjective experience, knowing that your decision could permanently extinguish this fundamental aspect of reality. This connects to broader philosophical debates about the nature of value itself. Some philosophers argue that value requires a conscious observer, that without consciousness, nothing can be truly good or bad, beautiful or ugly. Under this view, choosing to become a zombie would eliminate not just your consciousness, but the very possibility of value in the universe. But perhaps we're making too many assumptions about the nature of consciousness itself. The model presupposes a sharp division between conscious and unconscious existence, but modern neuroscience suggests consciousness might exist on a spectrum. What if the choice isn't between consciousness and its complete absence, but between different forms or degrees of awareness? The consciousness extinction model also shares interesting parallels with Robert Nozick's experience machine thought experiment. Both ask us to weigh different aspects of existence, genuine experience versus simulation in Nozick's case, consciousness versus unconscious existence in this one. But while Nozick's scenario focuses on authenticity, the consciousness extinction model forces us to consider whether consciousness itself is what we truly value. As you contemplate your choice in this scenario, you might find yourself caught between competing intuitions. The preservation of consciousness seems critically important, yet the zombies' lives appear meaningful and complete. Would eliminating your consciousness really be a loss if you couldn't experience it as a loss? Would anything of value actually disappear if there were no conscious being left to value it? You're still here for now, the last flickering flame of consciousness in a universe of philosophical zombies. The cure sits before you. promising continued existence at the cost of your inner light. The choice remains yours, but perhaps the real value lies not in the answer, but in our ability to contemplate the question at all. The ethics virus. You've just been infected with a highly contagious virus that alters human behavior in one specific way. It makes everyone who catches it perfectly ethical, compelling them to always act according to strict moral principles. As patient zero, you watch in horror as the virus spreads exponentially through the population, transforming society one person at a time. Corrupt politicians suddenly confess their crimes and resign. CEOs voluntarily redistribute their wealth. Everyone starts telling the absolute truth all the time, and you're responsible for all of it. The question is, should you try to stop it? This thought experiment, first proposed in a little-known 1987 paper by philosopher Thomas Nielsen, opens up a fascinating rabbit hole into the nature of moral autonomy and the value we place on authentic human choice. At first glance, a virus that makes everyone ethical might seem like an unambiguous good. After all, isn't more ethical behavior exactly what the world needs? But there's something deeply unsettling about removing people's ability to choose whether or not to act morally. The scenario forces us to confront a fundamental tension between two things we typically consider positive, ethical behavior, and free will. We generally want people to act ethically, but we also place enormous value on the idea that people should freely choose to do so. There's a profound difference between someone choosing to tell the truth and being compelled to do so by an external force. This connects to a broader philosophical debate that dates back to Plato's Republic, where he proposed the myth of the Ring of Gyges, a magical ring that grants invisibility, allowing its wearer to act without consequences. Plato used this thought experiment to explore whether people would act ethically if they could avoid all repercussions. The ethics virus flips this scenario on its head. Instead of removing consequences, it removes the ability to act unethically altogether. The implications become even more complex when we consider real-world parallels. Modern neuroscience has identified specific brain regions associated with moral decision-making, and we're developing technologies that can influence these regions. In 2018, researchers at Harvard demonstrated that magnetic stimulation of the right temporoparietal junction could alter moral judgments in test subjects. Are we approaching a future where we could actually create something like an ethics virus? But the truly thorny questions emerge when we examine the second-order effects of universal ethical behavior. What happens to our legal system when no one commits crimes? What becomes of our economic system when everyone always acts with perfect fairness? The virus would effectively eliminate the need for police, lawyers, contracts, and countless other institutions built around the assumption of potential unethical behavior. Moreover, would a world of perfect ethical behavior actually be desirable? Human progress often comes from people challenging existing moral frameworks. Many practices we now consider deeply unethical: slavery, gender inequality, religious persecution, were once considered perfectly moral. If everyone were compelled to act according to current ethical standards, would moral progress become impossible? The virus also raises questions about the nature of moral worth. Philosopher Immanuel Kant argued that an action only has moral worth if it's done from duty, meaning the person freely chooses to do the right thing because it's right, not because they're forced to or because it benefits them. Under this view, the ethics virus would actually eliminate all genuine moral behavior by removing the element of choice. There's also the matter of moral uncertainty. Even if we accept the premise that the virus enforces ethical behavior, whose version of ethics does it implement? Different cultures and philosophical traditions often have conflicting views on what constitutes ethical behavior. Would the virus enforce utilitarian ethics, focusing on maximizing overall well-being? Or would it follow deontological principles, focusing on absolute rules and duties? The choice of ethical framework could lead to radically different outcomes. As we return to our initial scenario, the question of whether to stop the virus becomes increasingly complex. You're not just deciding whether to prevent universal ethical behavior. You're deciding whether to preserve human moral autonomy at the cost of allowing continued unethical actions. You're choosing between a world of genuine but imperfect moral choices and one of perfect but artificial moral behavior. Perhaps the most unsettling aspect is that this dilemma might not remain purely theoretical for long. As our understanding of the brain and our ability to influence behavior advances, we may soon face real versions of this choice. When that time comes, we'll need to have thought carefully about whether perfect ethics is worth the price of free will. Dark wisdom hypothesis. You've just made a breakthrough that would solve world hunger, cure cancer, and reverse climate change simultaneously. But as you examine your discovery more closely, you realize with growing horror that implementing it would require inflicting excruciating pain on every human being for exactly 47 seconds. The solution works perfectly, the math checks out, and the benefits are undeniable. The only cost is universal, temporary agony. Your research notes are in front of you, and a match is in your hand. This thought experiment cuts to the heart of what philosophers call the dark wisdom hypothesis, the unsettling possibility that some knowledge, despite its potential benefits, might be better left undiscovered. First, formally proposed by Nick Bostrom in his 2017 paper, The Vulnerable World Hypothesis, this concept suggests that our species might be playing a dangerous game of philosophical Russian roulette with every major scientific advancement. The hypothesis emerged from a peculiar historical observation. Technological progress has consistently delivered both magnificent benefits and catastrophic risks. The same nuclear physics that could power cities also created weapons that threaten civilization. The same genetic engineering that could cure inherited diseases might also enable the creation of engineered pathogens. But the dark wisdom hypothesis goes deeper than mere technological dual-use concerns. It suggests there might be fundamental knowledge that once gained cannot be safely contained or ethically implemented, regardless of intentions or safeguards. In 2019, researchers at MIT demonstrated this principle accidentally when they created an AI system that could identify molecular structures likely to be especially toxic. They immediately halted the research and never published the full findings, realizing they'd inadvertently created a blueprint for optimized chemical weapons. What makes the dark wisdom hypothesis particularly troubling is its implications for scientific progress itself. Traditional scientific ethics operate under the assumption that knowledge is neutral. It's only the application that can be good or evil. But if certain knowledge is inherently dangerous, we face an impossible choice. Do we continue pushing the boundaries of human understanding, knowing we might discover something we can't unknow? Or do we deliberately remain ignorant of potentially transformative discoveries? The hypothesis connects surprisingly well with ancient mythological warnings about forbidden knowledge. The Greek tale of Pandora's box and the biblical story of the Tree of Knowledge might represent early human intuitions about the dangers of unrestricted learning. These weren't just cautionary tales about hubris. They might have been encoding deep wisdom about the nature of knowledge itself. But here's where things get properly twisted. The dark wisdom hypothesis creates its own paradox. If we accept that some knowledge might be too dangerous to pursue, how can we identify such knowledge without first discovering it? It's rather like trying to avoid thinking about a pink elephant. The very act of determining what not to think about requires thinking about it. This leads us to what philosophers call the meta-knowledge problem. Even if we could somehow identify dangerous knowledge domains without exploring them, that identification itself becomes a form of dangerous knowledge. Knowing which areas of research to avoid effectively creates a roadmap for those who might deliberately seek harmful discoveries. The implications extend beyond traditional scientific research. Consider the field of consciousness studies. What if we discovered that human consciousness itself was built on a fundamental illusion, one that, once recognized, couldn't be unseen and led to severe psychological harm? The mere possibility of such cognitohazardous knowledge raises questions about the limits we should place on philosophical and psychological inquiry. Recent developments in artificial intelligence have given these concerns new urgency. AI systems, with their ability to process vast amounts of data and identify patterns humans might miss, could stumble upon dark knowledge accidentally. More worryingly, they might be capable of understanding and implementing dangerous discoveries before we can assess their implications. Stuart Russell, in his work on AI safety, suggests that we might need to develop what he calls knowledge containment protocols, systematic ways to research potentially dangerous areas while minimizing the risk of catastrophic discoveries. But this brings us back to our original dilemma. How can we contain what we don't yet understand? Perhaps the most profound aspect of the dark wisdom hypothesis is what it suggests about the nature of progress itself. We've long assumed that advancing human knowledge is inherently positive, that understanding more about our universe can only benefit humanity. But what if this assumption is fundamentally flawed? What if there are things we're better off not knowing? Returning to our opening scenario, you're still standing there with those research notes and that match. The solution to humanity's greatest challenges is in your hands, but so is the certainty of universal suffering. The dark wisdom hypothesis suggests that such impossible choices might not be mere thought experiments. They could be the inevitable result of pushing the boundaries of human knowledge too far. Soul destruction hypothesis. You're standing at the controls of a revolutionary quantum teleportation device, about to make history as the first human test subject. The machine works flawlessly with inanimate objects, reconstructing them atom by atom at the destination pad across the room. But as you prepare to step in, a disturbing thought crosses your mind. When the machine disassembles your body and rebuilds it elsewhere, will the person who emerges still be you? More specifically, does the process destroy your soul? This unsettling question lies at the heart of the soul destruction hypothesis, first formally proposed by philosopher Derek Parfit in his 1984 work, Reasons and Persons. The hypothesis suggests that certain technologies or processes might permanently destroy the metaphysical essence of a person, their soul, consciousness, or whatever we consider the core of personal identity, even while perfectly preserving their physical form and memories. The technological context for this philosophical puzzle emerged from early teleportation thought experiments in the 1950s, but gained new relevance with the development of quantum teleportation in 1993 by Bennett and his colleagues. While current quantum teleportation can only handle individual particles, it provides a scientific framework for considering the deeper implications of future human teleportation. The core problem becomes clear when we examine the actual process. The teleporter would need to scan and record the precise state of every atom in your body, roughly 7 octillion atoms, then transmit that information to the destination where a new body would be constructed. The original body would necessarily be destroyed in the scanning process. But is the person who steps out truly you, or merely an extremely accurate copy who thinks they're you? The hypothesis branches into 3 possible outcomes. First, the continuity view suggests that as long as there's perfect physical and mental continuation, personal identity remains intact. The second position, the soul destruction view, argues that the original consciousness or soul is permanently destroyed, regardless of how perfect the copy. The third perspective suggests the question itself may be meaningless, as there might be no fact of the matter about personal identity beyond physical continuation. This isn't merely abstract philosophy. It connects to very real questions about consciousness, identity, and the nature of the self. The hypothesis forces us to confront what we actually mean when we talk about personal identity. Are we purely physical beings, defined entirely by our atomic arrangement and neural patterns? Or is there something more, some irreducible essence that can't survive certain types of physical transformation? The implications extend far beyond teleportation. Consider mind uploading, a proposed technology where human consciousness could be digitally preserved. The soul destruction hypothesis suggests that even if we could create a perfect digital copy of someone's mind, the original consciousness might be permanently lost in the process. The copy would have all the memories and personality of the original, but might lack that ineffable quality we call the soul. Historical parallels exist in ancient philosophical puzzles. The ship of Theseus, gradually replaced plank by plank until no original material remains, asks similar questions about identity through transformation. But the soul destruction hypothesis adds a crucial temporal element. The destruction and reconstruction happen nearly instantaneously, leaving no gradual transition period. Modern neuroscience complicates the picture further. We know consciousness emerges from physical brain processes, yet we still can't explain the hard problem of subjective experience. The hypothesis forces us to consider whether consciousness requires continuity. If the stream of consciousness is broken, even for an instant, can it truly be restored? The practical implications are profound. If the hypothesis is correct, technologies like teleportation or mind uploading might actually be forms of suicide, creating perfect copies while destroying the original consciousness. Even more unsettling, the copies would have no way of knowing they weren't the originals. All this circles back to you, standing before that teleporter. The person who emerges will have your memories, your personality, your hopes and fears. They'll remember stepping into the machine and will feel absolute continuity of experience. Yet something ineffable, call it consciousness, soul, or the raw essence of you, might be permanently lost in that moment of dissolution and reconstruction. The most troubling part? Neither you nor anyone else would ever be able to tell the difference. In the end, the soul destruction hypothesis reminds us that some of the most profound questions about human existence might be fundamentally unanswerable. Like the teleported version of yourself, we might have to learn to live with that uncertainty. Quantum value problem. You're standing in front of two identical boxes, each containing either $1 million or nothing at all, and a quantum computer has just made the decision. Box A's contents were determined by a quantum measurement, while Box B was programmed to mirror Box A's contents with perfect correlation. The catch? You can only open one box, and the moment you choose, the quantum state collapses. $1 million hangs in the balance of your understanding of quantum mechanics and free will. This perplexing scenario, first proposed by physicist David Deutsch in 1999, takes the classical Newcomb's problem and drags it kicking and screaming into the quantum realm. But unlike its classical predecessor, this version forces us to grapple with the fundamental nature of quantum mechanics and its implications for decision theory. At its core, the quantum value problem emerges from the intersection of three seemingly incompatible ideas: quantum superposition, measurement, and causality. In the classical Newcomb's problem, we deal with a predictor who can forecast our choice with high accuracy. But in the quantum version, we face something far more bizarre: the quantum mechanical correlation between two systems that shouldn't, by any classical logic, be able to influence each other. The mathematics behind this concept are surprisingly simple. Imagine each box existing in a quantum state where it is both empty and full at the same time. This is called a quantum superposition. Mathematically, we represent this state using what's known as a wave function. In this case, it is written as psi equals the sum of the empty state and the full state, divided by the square root of 2. Here, the empty state is represented by 0 and the full state by 1. This means that until we observe the box, it remains in a delicate balance, existing in both conditions simultaneously. The boxes are quantum entangled, meaning their states are perfectly correlated. This is where things get properly strange. According to standard quantum mechanics, the act of measurement forces the wave function to collapse into a definite state. But here's the rub. If the boxes are truly entangled, measuring one instantaneously determines the state of the other, regardless of the distance between them. Einstein famously called this spooky action at a distance, and it's been experimentally verified countless times since the 1980s. What makes this problem particularly devilish is how it challenges our notion of rational decision-making. In the classical version, there are two main schools of thought. One, boxers who argue you should only take box B, since the predictor will have anticipated this, and place the $1 million there. And two, boxers who argue you should take both boxes, since the money is already placed and your choice can't affect the past. But the quantum version adds an extra layer of metaphysical confusion. The quantum correlation between the boxes isn't just a prediction, it's a fundamental feature of reality. When you choose which box to open, you're not just making a decision about your actions. You're forcing the collapse of a quantum state that, in some interpretations of quantum mechanics, existed in superposition until the moment of measurement. This leads us to a fascinating philosophical quandary about the nature of choice itself. If the boxes are quantum entangled, does your free will in choosing which box to open have any meaning? The Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics suggests that reality isn't determined until measurement occurs, but the many worlds interpretation proposes that all possible outcomes exist in different branches of reality. The implications extend far beyond this thought experiment. Modern quantum cryptography relies on similar principles of entanglement and measurement. The Quantum Key Distribution Protocol, BB84, developed by Bennett and Brassard in 1984, uses the uncertainty principle to create unbreakable encryption keys. If an eavesdropper attempts to measure the quantum states being transmitted, their very act of measurement disturbs the system and reveals their presence. What's particularly compelling is how the quantum value problem bridges the gap between abstract quantum physics and practical decision theory. It forces us to confront the possibility that our traditional frameworks for rational choice might break down in a quantum world. The problem has sparked heated debates in both physics and philosophy departments, with some arguing that it represents a fundamental limitation of human reasoning when applied to quantum systems. Perhaps most intriguingly, this problem points to a deeper truth about the nature of reality itself. The fact that quantum mechanics can create situations where classical logic fails suggests that our intuitive understanding of causality, choice, and consequence might be fundamentally limited. We've built our entire framework of decision-making on classical assumptions that quantum mechanics repeatedly shows to be incomplete. As we stand here contemplating those two boxes, we're not just facing a decision about which one to open. We're facing questions about the nature of reality, the meaning of choice, and the limits of human rationality. Moral uncertainty engine. You're standing at a control panel with two buttons, one red, one blue. A screen displays a real-time probability calculation showing a 51% chance that pressing the red button will save 5 million lives and a 49% chance it will end them. The blue button maintains the current status quo. Your finger hovers as sweat drips down your forehead and the weight of this decision feels like it's crushing your chest. But here's the truly maddening part. This scenario is repeating simultaneously across 10,000 parallel universes, and your decision here will somehow be quantum linked to all of them. This mind-bending thought experiment, first proposed by philosopher Nick Bostrom in his 2009 paper, Pascal's Mugging and Moral Uncertainty, opens up a fascinating rabbit hole into what we might call the moral uncertainty engine, the mechanism by which we attempt to make ethical decisions when faced with incomplete information and probabilistic outcomes. The roots of this philosophical puzzle trace back to Blaise Pascal's famous wager about the existence of God, but take on new dimensions in our modern world of quantum mechanics and multiverse theories. When Oxford philosopher Derek Parfit explored similar territory in his 1984 work, Reasons and Persons, he demonstrated how our traditional moral frameworks break down when confronted with probability-based ethical dilemmas. The core challenge lies in how we process moral uncertainty itself. Traditional consequentialist ethics suggests we should simply multiply the probability by the magnitude of the outcome. In our opening scenario, that would mean pressing the red button is the correct choice, since 51% of 5 million is better than 0. But this approach falls apart when we consider the psychological weight of responsibility and the nature of moral agency across probability spaces. What makes this particularly thorny is how it interfaces with our intuitive moral reasoning. Most humans have evolved to handle immediate, concrete moral decisions. Should I help an injured stranger? Should I tell the truth in this situation? But when we add layers of probability and scale, our moral intuitions start to misfire. It's similar to how our brains struggle with very large numbers or quantum mechanics. We're simply not wired for it. The moral uncertainty engine reveals 3 critical breakpoints in our ethical decision-making apparatus. First, there's the probability threshold problem. At what percentage of certainty does an action become morally obligatory? If the chance of saving 5 million lives was 99%, most would press the button without hesitation. At 51%, we waver. At 20%, most would refuse. But where exactly is the line? Second, we face the scale calibration issue. Our moral intuitions seem to work on a logarithmic rather than linear scale. The difference between saving 1 life and 2 feels larger than the difference between saving 1,000,000 and 1,000,001. This creates serious problems when we try to make consistent ethical decisions involving large numbers. Third, there's what philosophers call the moral phase transition problem. Just as water remains liquid until it suddenly becomes steam at 100 degrees Celsius, our moral frameworks can appear stable until they suddenly break down completely when pushed past certain thresholds of complexity or scale. The implications extend far beyond theoretical philosophy. Modern AI systems must grapple with probabilistic ethical decision-making in autonomous vehicles, medical diagnosis systems, and resource allocation algorithms. A self-driving car, facing a 60% chance of a collision with 5 pedestrians, versus a 100% chance of a collision with 1, must solve its own version of the moral uncertainty engine's calculations in microseconds. Perhaps most unsettling is how this framework reveals the provisional nature of all our moral certainties. Every ethical decision we make contains hidden probability assessments. We're just usually unaware of them. When you decide to help someone cross the street, you're unconsciously calculating the probability they actually need help, the likelihood your assistance will be beneficial rather than harmful, and the chance that the time spent helping won't prevent you from doing something more important. The moral uncertainty engine isn't just a philosophical puzzle. It's the operating system running beneath all human ethical behavior, usually hidden from our conscious awareness. By making these probability calculations explicit, we're forced to confront the uncomfortable reality that moral certainty might be an illusion we create to help us sleep at night. And so, we return to our control panel, finger still hovering between red and blue. The probability display flickers, 51.2%, 50.9%, 51.1%. Perhaps the truly unsettling revelation isn't the difficulty of the choice itself, but the recognition that every moral decision we've ever made has been, in its own way, just as uncertain.